Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
It is a bright and beautiful Saturday morning right here in the city of Abuja, Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. And this is your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. We'd like to welcome you officially on board today's transmission on this amazing dial. My name is Elvis Oga, and I'm not in the studio alone like we're always doing this in twos.
My name is Ekanem. It's great to be here. It's been a while we did this.
Yeah, true. We're just telling the studio engineer that it's actually been a while.
It's been a while.
Okay, we're glad to be in the building to deal with some issues this morning because that's exactly the program you are on to, dealing with the issue. A lot of issues are actually on the line or in the queue to be dealt with this morning, but we just have to pick one out of them. So what are we dealing with today?
Let's talk about the lockdown. I mean, the pandemic is not something that's new anymore to people.
Yes.
It's no longer news that, the world is dealing with something as serious as the coronavirus. Yes, coronavirus disease. It's no longer news. And for a while now, let's take Nigeria for instance, and all other countries as well have actually been on a lockdown. Yeah, so I think we should actually deal with that issue.
Okay, you can be part of the conversation by following us because we're streaming live on Facebook at the moment. The address is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. Leave your comment or your contribution, and you can always be part of the family by subscribing to our page and then turning on your notification so that
I like to do the thing.
Are you? Yeah.
I don't know how I got that fever.
When it comes to that. Okay, dealing with the issue like you said, the world is dealing with something very, very serious at the moment, and then most people are kind of conversant with the coronavirus or the pandemic.
A lot of people. I mean, I think someone actually said that no matter how popular you are, you cannot be more popular than the COVID-19 right now.
I saw an illustration online yesterday when somebody was like, other ailment or other disease right now, and they now show the picture of somebody sitting with a hand to the
like
chin, and then coronavirus just boasting around.
It's like nobody's taking notice of these other illnesses again.
Yeah. It's not funny at all, but like this is the situation we found ourselves in, and we'd like to say a very big thank you, a thumbs up to everybody that has been doing his or our own bits and pieces to see that the human enemy is being fought to a standstill.
True.
Okay, we have to look at stuff that's actually happened in the face of the lockdown or in the face of the coronavirus, so many businesses have suffered, so many businesses have folded up, while others are actually springing up, or others are enjoying more patronage at the moment. So let's just take a look at it and then take people's mind off the worries and see, okay, if they happen to fall in the category of people's businesses that crumble, there are other opportunities that actually spring up, so that they could just make that shift from what is suffering to what is gaining prominence.
I think first of all, we should actually look at some of the sectors and businesses that are actually suffering as a result of the pandemic and the lockdown as well. Let's take aviation, for instance.
Yes, aviation industry.
Yes, it's not like I said, it's no longer news. Like everybody is actually aware of everything that's going on. Even a little child I don't know, small as they can be. Because I actually had like this little girl one time, not too long ago, I think about a week or two so ago, and I don't think that girl is up to 3.
Okay.
She should be like 2 or 1 thereabouts. She's not up to 3, and I had her trying to pronounce the coronavirus, and I'm like, okay, if she knows about the coronavirus, like I feel like everybody already knows about
You
it.
recall that viral video that was everywhere when the schools were actually put on lock for the first time, and they asked the little girl, "Why are you home?" The teacher sent us home. What for? She now said, "Toyota drivers." Like, it's not funny at all. It's not funny
it
at
isn't
all.
funny.
Yeah, so like you were saying,
at least she had an idea
of why she's at home.
She knew there was a problem. There was a reason they sent them home. So I'm sure she knows the real thing now. It's actually quite hilarious.
So, like you were saying, the aviation
the aviation, yes.
Mm.
They're no longer flights. Flights have actually been, flights have actually been grounded for now. So except they're like for essential reasons.
They were one of the foremost industrial sectors to even start the lockdown with.
Exactly, because in the government's bid to curb the spread of the virus had to start from there.
Yes.
We had to monitor those that come in to the country and those that go out. So now, as it stands, I think most of the things that are actually, or most of the reasons why we actually still have flights around, probably because they're actually transporting essential equipment needed for treatment and containment of the disease itself. So that sector on its own, like you said, one of the sectors that actually started the lockdown.
Yes.
So they got the boats first.
And if you take a look at how economically viable the aviation sector is, I was listening to aviation program on this platform some times back, and the analyst that was brought into the studio was talking about how much an aircraft generates daily, and then how much must have been lost. He was talking about in terms of about 5 billion or 20 billion from that industry in the country on a daily basis, and these people have been shut down for close to 2-3 months now. You know how much
how much we're actually losing.
So, like you said, that's one of the industry that has been
grounded. And then let's look at the transport system, transport companies as well. Transportation. There's been a lockdown on interstate travels. Yes. Although I think we still have, I don't know how they do it, but I think that's actually an issue for us to have like an interstate ban or an interstate lockdown. Pardon me, an interstate lockdown. Then we still have people to find their way around it. I mean, it feels like there's a loophole somewhere. There's a loophole somewhere. So I mean, but then transport systems still suffer because you can't just come out and say, "Oh, yeah, we're operating now. You can travel to it." Whatever they do now, people that have to travel, they do it codedly. They do it. They have to hide to do it. So it's not something that's out there anymore. So transport systems are no longer functioning the way they used to function.
Ordinarily, they are not even supposed to be functioning at all, except for some essentials, just like we talked about in the place of aviation industry.
Yes.
But like you said, you don't know how this thing is happening, but
you still
it's
see
like
people
there's
travel.
a loophole
like, "Oh,
somewhere.
I just got in. I'm like, how did you get in?"
Or you start hearing people be like, "I'm planning on traveling tomorrow to another state," and I'll be like, "Are you not aware that it's a ban on interstate travel? How are you planning to do it?"
And then they give you what's like, "Oh, I always have my way."
Yeah.
So that's actually a problem. So I don't know where the problem is from. I don't know where the problem actually comes from. But we do know there's a loophole there. So it's like,
and we've seen how much that has affected us.
Exactly.
That is trying to jeopardize the much gain that's been recorded from the lockdown already. And that's why so many people have been taking it so serious. During the last plenary at the National Assembly, it was in the news that the Senate gave Inspector General of Police the marching order on interstate travel, where, like you were talking about, people trying to find their way around the ban on interstate travel, to make sure that it's being adhered to strictly. Because if you look at, like, the second case in Benue, as reported, was from as a result of the travel, the interstate travel not being adhered to. Let's take a look at another industry or another business.
Sports. Let's talk sports, for instance. I mean, I know a lot of people like to. I'm actually a sports fan. I love sports a lot. I mean, and all the soccer fans out there, we no longer get our Saturdays. Saturdays are usually like football days. If you agree with me, football days. But then, with the lockdown, with everything, the pandemic. Let me just talk about pandemic. The pandemic. You know, when people are not supposed to gather as much as they used to gather. So now, even if they do decide to hold matches, but then they could hold matches without
the spectators.
Without spectators.
And it got to a point where most of these leagues and the clubs actually shut down.
Yeah,
the matches were suspended. They were put on hold. If not for a few weeks back, or probably this weekend, that most of the leagues are planning to return.
Yes. But then even still, sports would not be the way it used to be before. That's the truth. Because you can't, even if they come back, you're not going to get kind of spectators. And the people there are some, let's take football, for instance. There's some, the players that are on the pitch, and then it's that support, that cheer they get from the crowd that actually pushes them. So even when they're tired, when they feel like they can't carry on, they hear people cheering on for them, and it gives them that.
The suspension of these matches or some of these leagues across different continents or different countries of the world has very huge negative economic impact, because ticket sales are down. And then let's narrow it down to our environment. We have people who their livelihood who depends on these sporting activities. People that own viewing centers.
Yes.
That is, some people feed their families from this thing. And since matches are not ongoing, and even though matches are ongoing, there is that restriction of how many people can come in.
That's the thing. So even if you do decide to show it, if before you used to get like up to 50 people in one center or more, you know, you can't even accommodate 50 people. Even if your space is big enough to accommodate more than that, you cannot accommodate them because of the instructions that have been given, because that you can't have a lot of people gather at once.
And apart from that, most people are even scared for their lives. So some people wouldn't want to come and risk their life just because they want to watch matches. Like, we were talking with friends the other day. Person was like, it's not as if he cannot watch this match at home, but he feels it's more fun when you're watching out there, and then you have educative argument with people out there that tend to expose you to things you would not ordinarily see about this game.
Like that's actually very correct, because I might be seeing a game, and to me, I mean, my own opinion could be one-sided. But then I hear something from you, and I'm like, okay, I didn't even think about it in that
and
area.
It's making sense.
And it makes sense. So you guys share opinions, you share views, and then you realize, okay, I obviously did not know everything. You can't possibly know everything about a particular thing. And then you share. Because I used to say the same thing too. I used to ask my friends, why do you guys just go to viewing centers? Like, you have DSTV at home. You can watch football, or you have your what do you call this thing now? Well, like it's a DSTV, and you want to because one, or you have that at home. Why don't you just watch your football match on? Like you don't understand. The feeling is different. The experience is different when you're in the midst of other people that share the same interest as you. It's different. I get that.
When we were preparing for the program, I had to peep through your book, and I saw you talking about some ventures that are actually suffering at the moment, like the religious activities.
Yes, religious
Anything
houses.
that has to do with gathering or crowd is actually suffering at the moment.
Yes, religious houses, and let's. This is actually a very delicate issue to talk about, but religious houses are suffering. I mean, let's look at it. Some people say, oh well, even if we don't have to gather, we do what's it called now?
Online.
We hold services online. Let's take the Christian race, for instance. We hold services online. We do all that online, and then we were actually having this. We're having a conversation. I won't call it an argument. A conversation as regards this few days ago, actually, here at work, and And then someone was saying, and even if you hold services online, like, okay, we asked the question, okay, so how do you pay your tithes? How do you pay offerings? And then someone was like, oh, the people that have account numbers, so you give your account, they have like the church account numbers up there, so you could pay your tithes, give your offerings and all that. And then we had to ask, you that you're talking, is it every time you watch service online that you give offering and pay your tithes?
That's one way.
Should you understand? So most of them they have projects they have to handle, and we pay offerings, give tithes. Part of what they used to take care of some of these projects probably come from the offerings and tithes as well. Yes, and plus
or maybe there's a pressing need and they've raised a particular.
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you understand? But then the thing is, in as much as they still hold like online services and they do things online now, I mean, think of technology. They do things online. It is not the amount of, let's say, the amount of money you would have gotten like for offering or tithes like in a Sunday where you actually have like a gathering when you used to gather together, it's not the same amount of money you get online. Because honestly speaking, it is not everybody that watches or attends service online that actually gets to pay.
I get your point, because
Like-
most times when these people come, when they come physically to the service, some people just stand up to give, not because truly they know the intents of
Yeah.
giving, but because
It's
they
like-
wouldn't want to sit down and people look
And
at them
people
like
look at
they
them
are
and
not
say,
giving.
if I don't give, how would they see me? That kind
get
of
it.
thing.
You get, but from another perspective or another angle entirely, I want us to look at it from the true intention of the church, which is to preach the message.
Yes.
There are so many constraints that have hindered these things. Even though when we want to hold service online,
Yeah.
sometimes there's no light.
There's no light. You
Sometimes
can't
don't have
charge your
data.
phone.
You don't have
and
data on your
even
phone.
when you have that's
Data.
actually a very big. Even when you have data, it's
The
like
service provider, the service is
your
very
internet-
down
the
or low.
network is bad. So these are actually very strong and serious constraints actually as regards to that. So
it hampers the true intention or the
Of-
original intention
of the church.
of the church or the religious
Its
bodies as a whole. We're still talking about industries
they have lost here.
that have lost or that they have had a reduced patronage or reduced activities.
Entertainment.
Okay, entertainment.
Entertainment.
It's a two-way. It can be put in a way that
Yes.
yeah.
No, let's look at it as a part. I mean, back then, as I don't know, as it stands right now, with everything that's happening, I feel like I could actually watch a Wizkid concert for free. I could watch a Taylor Savage concert. I could watch a Beyonce concert for free right now. Back then, but before all of this, you had to pay heavily for tickets. You had to pay
Literally for free, but literally not free.
Not free, I mean, because data
Yeah,
is
your
involved
data
and
is
all of
going-
that.
And then some of these platforms where this thing are streamed get to pay these artists too.
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
So, but back to what you were saying.
Compared to how much you'd have paid getting a ticket. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
Or you would have to pay for tables. You pay for
Yeah, you
table
in
for
millions.
four, in millions. You
I
understand?
get.
I mean,
Hundreds of
compare that
thousands.
to how much I would spend using
Just
my
by
phone, doing
watching.
online, watching. How much you spend on
And
data and all that. So
like you said, entertainment. I'm trying to buttress your point now, where you see people like brands come to showcase their product, and then people out of that feeling of excitement and everything,
Yeah.
they tend to buy a normal drink that will actually go for 12K, 30K. People come sell it, and you just want to show class, and you buy for as much as 500K.
500,000. Do you
Some of those
understand?
businesses are actually going down.
They're going down as well. Wow.
She said, "Wow." Okay, do we still have more
Then,
businesses or ventures that are actually suffering at the moment due to the
I said
pandemic?
the fashion industry.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody likes to look good.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to be stared at when you're walking down the road. But where you walking down the road, where you walking to? Honest, let's start with that first. There are no occasions. You don't have to.
There's even a lockdown.
Exactly,
that
there's a
will not even
lockdown.
allow you to move
That's
out.
what I'm saying. Where are you walking to first? So it's one thing to have a place to go to. It's another thing for you to want to stand out. So now fashion houses, you don't get orders like the way you used to get before. Do you understand? You don't get orders like the way you used to get before. You don't get to make coats because there are no weddings. Today is Saturday. Normally Saturdays are for weddings. Oh, and bear and all of that. We're Africans, we're Nigerians, we like all of that.
True.
But today is Saturday, and Saturday just feels like any other day. We don't feel it, and then no weddings, no
ceremonies.
no parties, no celebrations, all of that, because people cannot gather. So there's no need. There's no need buying clothes, no need sewing new clothes, or you sewing them except you want to sew them, just take pictures and what.
with so many businesses even shut down at the moment,
Yes.
people would want to manage the little
The
resources at their
little
disposal
resources, I did honestly,
for
that's
just
the
survival
thing.
at the moment than
So
going
speaking
to
of Saturday, even Sundays, we talked about, okay, let's say churches, for instance, or people that religious bodies. You go to church on Sundays,
go to mosque on
you
Fridays.
that kind of thing. So you actually have nowhere.
Yes, we have people
you
that
want to wear
actually
new
put on
clothes to.
new amazing traditional attires on Fridays
Do you understand?
when they're
Or
going to mosque for
on
prayers. On
Sundays
Sundays
when
when
they're
they go.
going to church. So, but these are no longer functioning right now at the moment. So, like, where are you wearing clothes to? Like, no, nobody is saying you shouldn't look good, but when you think about the fact that, when you think about the fact that your resources right now, resources at your disposal are not,
Very minimal.
yeah, they're minimal. Yeah, they're minimal. When you think about that, and then you think about how much you'll be spending on buying new clothes, I mean, let's weigh your priorities. That's the thing. Just
True.
weigh your priorities. Is this really important? Do you really have to get new clothes?
You seem to have a way of bringing out those things that are actually suffering at the moment. I will still want to ask you, do you still have one, or we move on to the ones that are making gains at the moment?
Okay. Okay, I think I should just touch a little on education.
Okay, true.
Education. You notice that most of the students are sent back home from school.
Yes.
Then at a point, I had to think, okay, how long is this going to go on? If this goes on longer than we expect, and students are home, they're supposed to be in school, they're supposed to be learning. People that obviously are people that have obviously thought to themselves, oh, this is what I want to study. I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a pilot, or what have you. So they probably studied, and then you send them back home. They have no there's no, okay, they send them home, and there's no time frame or time limit to how long they'll be at home or when they're going to return to school, if ever they're going to go back to school.
Yes.
It got me thinking at some point that what really is the future of this country going to be like?
That necessitated the idea of the online,
E-learning.
e-learning.
That's the thing.
But several constraints, especially for
Like
a
we
place
said,
like Africa.
Internet, proper good network.
Yeah.
All of these things we need to put into consideration.
Even
Plus,
the
it is
devices
not-
you use the internet.
Yes. Plus, it is not everybody that can afford to do that in Africa.
Yes. I watched a very funny video where somebody was like, they were trying to mimic their own school. They're like, okay, even with the e-learning, don't think you can do anyhow. Like, some lecturers can be so mean, or some tutors can be so mean that they'll have to check your dress code. So they showed someone wearing a do-rag while partaking in the e-learning and be like, oh, you think because it's e-learning you can do anyhow in my class?
Oh.
Leave the class.
Wow.
It was that funny. It was that
But,
funny. But that's by the way.
A little bit of comic relief though.
Yeah,
But
true.
yes, that's right. But then, and again, I think another sectors actually suffered non-essential retailers.
Yes.
So people that don't sell like essential products like food and all that. Let's say people that do electronics. Anyone can decide to live without a TV right now.
Yes.
I mean, if you have a radio, you can survive.
Before the lockdown was even eased in Nigeria,
Yeah.
they were totally locked down. Like you said, non-essential
Yes.
workers or retailers were not even allowed to
They were
come
not allowed to.
to come
Their
do their
businesses,
business.
yeah, the businesses have actually suffered a lot. Like, I mean, they're losing. And imagine people that actually have to feed from that.
From that.
It's sad.
It's even it's even understandable to an extent that okay, these their kind of products are not even perishable. How do you now explain people that are into business that are not considered essential but their products are
they're
perishable? That's another loss.
Okay, like people, businesses like what?
There are some input people sell, like okay, fertilizers if they are not properly kept.
Yeah.
They are not properly kept or preserved.
But fertilizers should actually be essential because fertilizers is what you use for agriculture, to
produce.
plants, and that's where you get food. So they should actually be considered essential as well.
That should be considered. But I'm looking at the scenario where someone
not.
opens a shop in the market and tell you you are selling fertilizer. Will the law enforcement officers understand with him?
Okay, I get your point.
All right, so we're moving to the sectors that are making gain or having a little bit of success.
They've
and enjoy more
benefited from
patriot.
it. Well, you know what, say it's
I
there's
want-
always two sides to this,
Yes.
right?
I want us to, like we were trying to look at entertainment from the both angles.
From both angles,
Yes.
yeah.
So I want us to look at it from how much attention has been shifted to entertainment and how they are busy exploring other
Other
avenues,
options.
other options where entertainment could be held or upheld.
Yeah, initially, with the lockdown, everyone would have thought, oh, that's the end to entertainment. I know. We have like, okay, we have Instagram, and comedians, people that put out comedy skits and all of that. They do theirs online. It works for them. It's also part of entertainment. But then let's look into the music industry.
Yeah.
Music industry, for instance, now they actually, I mean, you would have actually, with the lockdown, I would have actually thought, oh yeah, this is the end of the music industry. No concerts, no shows, nothing.
No music,
No
no
music.
videos.
But our artists have actually found an option.
Yeah.
They found a way out. Actually, it's probably not as beneficial as it used to be. The music used to be for them before, but
Yeah.
they found a way, and we still see artists releasing songs even
True.
now, even in
Dropping
this time,
the videos.
dropping videos as well. But then they drop videos where okay, they're able to control the crowd. They still go on with their businesses, but in a more controlled manner.
When you were talking about different platforms like Instagram, where some people do comedy on Instagram and all, we know how many popular celebrities today were actually discovered from such platforms.
Exactly.
Like, for instance, you could take a look at Justin Bieber, how he came to limelight, the likes of Corredo Bello and Ricardo Banks.
Yeah.
Don Jazzy will tell you he discovered them on Twitter
online.
and all. And apart from that, like you were saying, okay, ordinarily we might think music would just die off because of the lockdown or the coronavirus, but people have been trying to use these different platforms to bring out their product. We've seen where most of these artists tend to expand their fan base with the lockdown in place.
Yes.
Because ordinarily, I'm not this kind of person that want to listen to an artist on Instagram, except for the ones that are within my cycle and we decide to push their brand together. But now,
when you see, they're no longer shows, they're no longer concerts. I can't just go listen to these people, and they have you like, wow,
So
it couldn't
before
hurt anybody.
I know how many. I
I
know how many new people I've followed across different social platforms
Just
amidst this
because.
pandemic, and I know how many followers I've got as
You've
well
gotten as well.
amidst this pandemic.
But the
And
thing is,
w-
this followership, it goes both ways. I mean, you have to give people something interesting, something worth following for them to follow you.
Yes. Else you tend to lose followers, like you
Yes.
say, it goes both
Both
ways.
ways.
And then we've seen people who actually are not MCs, but they have decided to take up, or not OAPs or presenters, but I've
Yeah.
seen these people come out to like, okay, I want to host a particular celebrity today.
Yeah.
And you see that side of them. Particularly, let me mention this one, Rugged Man. I've seen him; he has been hosting different people. Recently, and he's helping his page. Is keeping people going. And I was like, this is another side of it.
Yes, the thing about the pandemic has actually helped like a lot of people rediscover themselves.
True.
Bring out sides that they never actually thought they had. So well, like I said, there's always two ways to this. So there's been a downside and there's also an upside to it.
Okay, away from the entertainment industry, we were trying to look at attention to scientific research, because everybody's trying to bring out the cure
Everybody's trying
or
to find a
vaccine or
cure
something.
to actually help the situation on ground.
True.
So yes, a lot of, I think, well, before you would actually say we never really paid attention in, let's say, Africa as a whole or Nigeria, never really paid attention to scientific research and all that. Yeah,
Even though we know that schools have been doing it on
Yes,
their own,
they've been
but
doing
it has
it.
never gained that national prominence to this extent we've seen in recent times.
Exactly. So, well, you know what they say, everything happens for a reason.
True.
So this has actually happened for us to be able to come back to what we have, look into what we have and develop on it.
I like that. Look into what we have and develop on it, because we've seen where people are trying one way or the other to come up with something. We've seen more attention being diverted into scientific research, not just on medicine alone. You were sharing with me the other day where someone in Jos, Plateau State, has been trying to make cars. He's done that at times, but
he did actually invent a ventilator. He invented a sports car, invented a ventilator, and I actually still do not understand why the government hasn't really looked deep into this young man and found a way to help him develop better.
So one way or the other, the scientific research angle has been given much or more attention than what it used to be just in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yes,
Another
which is a
industry
good thing.
is a good thing.
One major industry that has actually, or major sector of business actually that has actually benefited a lot is food. I mean, food. Everybody wants food.
True.
Everybody. I mean, it's one of the essential needs of every human.
You can say that
Food.
again.
You know, food, shelter, clothing. Food is important.
Yeah.
So all those that are into the food business, they're actually the ones actually really like enjoying or taking I won't say taking advantage of it, but yeah, in a way they're actually taking advantage of it and enjoying it.
All thanks to the much needed, to the much we had in our vote prior to the outbreak of the pandemic.
Yeah.
But the more concern now is if this lockdown was to be in place, and then farmers were actually part of the lockdown, people were becoming worried about what would become of the next season. But thank God, during the last presidential address to the nation, he made remarks about how the agricultural sector will fare even in the midst of the lockdown. And then with the gradual ease of the lockdown, we saw that workers actually back to site.
We cannot overemphasize the importance of agriculture.
True.
I mean, let's not focus on oil on its own. I mean, the oil is actually doing its part, but agriculture is actually what we should I think agriculture is what we should focus more on in this country, for instance, because okay, let's take for instance what's happening now. The point where we actually had to like reduce oil prices and all that actually had to come down. But with the agricultural sector, we would have actually been able to sustain
more.
Yeah, sustain ourselves more in this country than we'd have done with oil.
True. Food, like when you mention food, I want us to look at it from just the production angle. We've seen people venture into delivery, like we've seen that sector spring up or been multiplied more than ever before.
Delivery, that's logistics and distributions. Yeah, we've actually done that. I mean, with everything that is going on, I don't even have to do with delivery of food now. You don't have to. Well, I still have my reservations about having to get food and having it delivered to you. You never know how many hands it reaches, but even still, that actually works.
It's a viable option.
It's a viable option because then you don't have to go out there. You don't have to like mix up with a lot of people that you don't know where they're coming from. So that's actually that's a viable option. Yes, like you said, and that business is actually thriving a lot right now.
True.
Thriving a lot. I mean, imagine staying and ordering something online. So instead of having to maybe most times you order stuff online, they tell you okay, they'll drop it at some place. If you do not do like a door, you do not opt for like a door delivery, like a home delivery. Let me put it that way. Sorry, a home delivery. If you not opt for that, you actually have to go pick it up from somewhere.
Maybe one of their mini centers.
Yes, you actually have to do that. But now you have the option of having it delivered to you, and then in some countries abroad, they have where you have something delivered to you, and then there's like a can like a disinfectant, so you disinfect the package,
whatever they bring for you, and even the surrounding.
Yes, and the surrounding before you pick it up and take it into your home. So that business is actually thriving. I don't really know how it's done here in Nigeria. I haven't ordered something in a while, so.
No, like you were looking at, okay, even though you have reservations with regard to how many hands it has reached before it gets to you, but if, like you said, if you look at it from another part of it, it could still be better because maybe when that food is being kept on the shelf, where everybody is allowed to go out there, or maybe the product is being kept on the shelf, so many hands touch it as well, but not everybody that comes to price or touch it, buy it. But at the end of the day, when you order, they have these people. We ordinarily believe that their workers are supposed to know better with hygiene and all of that, so that they handle these things with the best form of hygiene, so that when it gets to you, you have your satisfaction. So because
I don't know if we have that. I don't know if we have that here in Nigeria though. But where you have like inspections done at restaurants, eateries, and all of
those bodies are in place, but what the question is how functional are they?
How functional are they? And that's the thing, because I mean, I don't know. I've actually stepped into like restaurants, and then you see things like certain insects or things like roaches, all of that. That is one health code violation.
True.
Anyway, it shouldn't be so. Like, how functional are these bodies we have here in Nigeria? How functional are they?
This is a wake-up call. Like you said, everything happens for
a reason.
For a reason. And then the coronavirus is here, and it has exposed so many things. And then we've seen people wake up to the reality and then try to do so many things just to put the things that were not right this time around. Any other industry, you can come up with that. My bank.
Okay, so we talked about entertainment here. We've touched one side of entertainment. We talked mainly on music. Let's talk about the movie aspect of it. So now movies, we have all of those companies that stream online, streaming companies online, like we're trying to do an ad here, but let's say Netflix, for instance.
Okay.
Yeah. So companies like that have actually benefited a lot. We have some of them that actually have like online apps where you're actually subscribing to. So I see people actually subscribing to all of these apps now. They're getting their money because you can no longer go to the cinema to see movies, but every day you see new movies added to these platforms, the streaming platforms. You see new movies added, and then you're like, oh, I haven't seen this, and I haven't seen it. I'm like, well, what a way to while away time. You subscribe there, they get their money. You do it monthly. How long has this lockdown been going on now for? Since you're in Nigeria.
In Nigeria,
since March.
It was 5 weeks before it was eased, and it was eased on the 4th of March. So from the 4th till today, 16, you add it to the 5 weeks.
Even with the ease on the lockdown, you cannot still go to the cinema.
Not at all.
So we're looking at from the 31st of March up until now.
Yeah.
So that's like, imagine doing a subscription you do a subscription monthly, and let's say you're paying. It depends.
Like 2 months now.
Yeah. So you're doing that monthly. So let's say you're paying maybe roughly 3,000 a month. I don't know how much it costs, but let's say 3,000 a month. So that's 2 months, 6,000 for one person. 2 months now. Imagine thousands, millions of people actually subscribing to in a month.
True.
Check out how much they make.
When we're still looking at the much that the entertainment has actually gained with regard to the COVID-19, I want us to look at it from someone saying COVID-19 is an opportunity to restore factory setting, press reset. Yeah. You know, so many times, like you are into entertainment, and if you hang around people that are into entertainment, you know that sometimes they have so much in their vault, they don't know when to put it out. So since the situation on ground has actually tend to pause everything or put everything on hold. It gives them that opportunity to churn out.
Yes, we evaluate what you have.
And then
I used to say this when you talk about putting stuff out, having a lot of things in your vote. I used to say this: the fact that you shut it doesn't mean you have to put it out there. There's some work, some contents that are not. For lack of a better way to put it, they are not good enough to be out there. Don't put it out there. The fact that you shut it doesn't mean you have to put it out there.
Especially when you've built a standard, a reputation for yourself.
So look into what you have. Look into your votes, votes that you have. Look at the content you have. Evaluate them. Look at them. Is this good enough to be put out there? If it's good enough, according to the standard you've been able to set for yourself, you can put it out there. But if it's not, go back and work on it. You can still work on a project, work on it again, make it better, look for a way to work on something better, get more ideas, just develop yourself.
Okay, if you just join us, you are on to African Patriot Radio. We are dealing with the issue this lovely Saturday.
Yes.
Okay, we've actually spent a whole lot of time, but we still have a little more time to go. And I still want to ask you, my co-host, co-anchor in the studio, if you still have any other sector recording gain in your vote, so that we'll talk about that before we move on to the next stuff.
Telecoms. Let's talk telecoms. Yeah.
Okay, telecoms.
So let's look at some of the telecom companies now in Nigeria. Let's take. I'm not trying to do an ad for anybody. I won't be mentioning names, but the fact that you cannot go out to meet with people, see people, you notice that a lot of people actually
tend to spend more time
on the phone. You make more calls and more messages. More calls you make, more messages you send. These people are getting your money. They're cashing in on it.
So whether you do your charges on your call rate or even your subscription, because most meetings are actually held on the digital platforms, and then you need data to run these things.
So you do a data subscription, and you've gotten your share, and then you do your online stuff, and because that is one way you can, or that's like the easiest way to actually have a proper meeting with someone now. If you want to see someone face to face, let's say video calls, for instance, you do that. That actually like takes a lot of data, so it keeps going, and then you have to recharge again, subscribe again.
So if someone is out there and is listening to us, you might not have that opportunity to go out to open your shop at the moment, or maybe be in a crowded place, maybe in the market for the health reasons or the conditions that have been put in place to curb the spread of the coronavirus. But a good businessman will tell you the profit is not in the amount, it is in the turnover. So since this is enjoying more patronage at the moment, just keep buying this recharge card and keep selling. Just keep turning over. Keep turning over.
I mean, apart from companies that have gained, or sectors that have gained, and those that have lost, and there's also other opportunities that people can actually tap into. So I don't know if we could look into that.
Yes, let's look into that with a few more minutes we have, or a few time we have on our schedule before we run out of the studio.
Yeah, okay, so let's start with what we just finished talking about now, telecoms here. Let's talk about telecoms, communication. So you said people should keep, those that are, what do you call them now? The sell recharge card.
The vendors.
Vendors, retailers. So that's actually that's actually going to be like, call it like a profitable business now, because the people that actually do this online as well, you don't have to go get the card itself. So you contact someone, I need to recharge this, I need to do this, and send it to you. It happens that way. So that's actually one opportunity or one sector you could actually look into if you want to. And then, the healthcare sector as well. Has been, the healthcare sector has actually gained like a lot of how do I put this now?
Attention.
A lot of attention. Thank you. A lot of attention right now. So we have pharmacists. I'm not saying everybody should be a pharmacist and go and open a pharmacy.
No.
I'm just saying if you have a background in health, I think now would actually be the
you
time
have the necessary certification.
Yes. Now would be the good time to actually explore that aspect, that angle, if you like. Yes.
Okay.
And then still on education sector, I know right now you cannot, students cannot go to school, they're home, and then there's the e-learning, like I said, there's still challenges to that. Like not everybody can actually afford to do that right now in Africa, for instance. Not everybody can afford to do that. Not everybody can afford to do the online thing due to certain constraints. But then there's also the option of remote learning. So people that you do home lessons for kids and all of that. Kids are at home right now. Most of them do not have access to internet. You could actually get like little, you get a pay from tutoring several kids now. So it's just.
So in a nutshell, all we're trying to say regarding opportunities that people can tap into in the wake of the pandemic is just go digital. Go digital. Yeah.
Go digital.
Yeah. Like when you were talking about people could sell recharge cards online. You could do online tutoring. Yes, like you said, not everybody can afford that, but for people that have been organizing lessons,
you have to do online. Like someone, you close to someone. Just depend. Like
remote learning.
Yeah, remote learning.
Okay.
So you can decide. Okay, I'm good at a particular subject. I know these kids are at home. I could tutor your kid. So you could talk about how much you get paid for it, maybe for a month or weekly, however it's been done, but still maintain social distancing. You tutor the kid, do your work,
adhering to the guidelines.
Exactly. So you still adhere to all of the guidelines and instructions from.
Wow, it's actually a very eye-opening section. This lovely Saturday morning. I almost is Saturday afternoon, but it's not yet noon.
It's almost noon.
It's almost noon. We still have so many things on our plate to serve, but because of time, I don't know how we're going to do that. If we can still look at one subtopic before we closing on the show this morning, or we don't have to sign out now because we barely have less than 10 minutes, about 7 more minutes.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
I want us to just wrap it up here.
Okay.
So what's your advice?
Well, like I said, everything happens for a reason. So I think we should actually use this time as individuals, as body, as a country to reevaluate ourselves. I think I can't count the number of times I've used that word on the program just this morning alone, but let's use this period to reevaluate ourselves, look deep into ourselves, let's look back home at what we have and develop it. So develop yourself as an individual, let's develop ourselves as a country, let's develop ourselves as a society, a community.
Wow. I still want to toe the same line, like you said. When we find ourselves in situation, we should not look only at the negative side.
Yeah.
We should look at the possible positive side we can actually derive from there. Yeah. Coronavirus has come, and we are in the phase of it at the moment, and everybody's been trying to do his or her own quota to see that we defeat it. But that has actually exposed us to so many things. We keep saying the problem known is half solved, but it's so unfortunate that from this part of the climb, we know that this has been our problem all along, but we don't really done anything about it until coronavirus is here. We've seen the much our leaders at different people at different ends of affairs have been trying to see that, okay, we get things right this time around. Let's capitalize on the much that this coronavirus has exposed us to, and then see how we can better things for ourselves.
Exactly.
Until next week, same time, same station, when we come your way again, it's a very thank you from us. And it's a bye-bye from us. My name is still Elvis Oga, your one and only radio best friend.
And I am Akanem.
Do have a lovely weekend and stay tuned to African Patriot Radio for more interesting programs.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Akanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
We push this COVID-19 away, away, far away, away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh.
Now one life we get.
Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hands. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your nose. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know could deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though. But I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we'll dive in together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. feels like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Baby, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, babe.
wanna keep on falling for you. Over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you. Over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Beat, baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do, it no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. My Angelina oh no. Say Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Say Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh la 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 la.
It's ODJ Blitz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah. I feel too crazy for you. Baby. Girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ojoro. And I go ever play you tinko, tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I go ever busy your call you. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muzzle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they save, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You don't get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing,
make you cover your
keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing,
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but tell me how do they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spun from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Baby, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jam heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No way. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I know sound I like to do it no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na Sikira oh Sikira. Yetunde, oh, yetunde, Sekira, oh, yes, Sekira. The way you give me the comparada. Sekira, oh, Sekira, show. Sekira, oh, Sekira, Sekira, oh, Sekira. Lagers, you melanin. Angelina, oh, my Jody. Undisputed, oh, my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it, Lagers, you melanin. Angelina, oh, my Jody. Undisputed, oh, my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, na your mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, no, no. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, na your mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh, na 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 na, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la la la.
It's ODJ Liz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little fella, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. Oh, little fella, now you be the one, no. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your Muslim. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, you. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you no get to duplicate. You no get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they save. Oh. Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh.
You no get friend. Oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, it go better. Oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
Social distance.
Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. Oh baby girl, I know good tonight though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we'll dive in together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you want now. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spun from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
ODJ on this one, yeah. Yeah. Quick, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my knees, baby, I know go do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Legacy, you melanin, Angelina, oh my joy. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it, Legacy, you melanin, Angelina, oh my joy. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person, Angelina tie mama, Angelina kill it person, my Angelina oh no, Angelina kill it person, Angelina tie mama, Angelina kill it person, Angelina oh yeah, na Sikira oh Sikira. Yetinde oh, yetinde Sikira oh, yeah, Sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh, Sikira show. Sikira oh, Sikira. Sikira oh, Sikira. Legacy you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it, Legacy you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Put her on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, as I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person, Angelina tie mama, Angelina kill it person. Angelina, oh no, Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama, Angelina kill it person. Angelina, oh yeah, na 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 oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la.
It's ODJ. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you, baby. Girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Girl. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your bosom. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, you. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get up. Everybody got to realize for this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Not for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Not for your good, make everybody they save, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hands.
Make you day your house, oh. sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
Stay tuned and listening to your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. Time check, Africa. The time is 1 o'clock in West Africa, 3 o'clock in East Africa, and 2 o'clock in South and Central Africa. This is Information African News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can listen to this broadcast by live streaming at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio/videos. My name is Elvis Ogar. Eritrea has officially declared itself virus-free after all 39 patients successfully recovered from COVID-19. A Ministry of Health statement said the 39 patients had been discharged from hospital as of today. As of May 8, there were only 2 active cases, one of which was discharged on the 11th before today's final recovery and discharge. Eritrea follows the likes of Mauritania and Mauritius, who have recorded full recoveries. Mauritania have since recorded new cases. Eritrea is also among a handful of African countries that have not recorded death as of May 15. Others are Madagascar, Central African Republic, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, Lesotho, Rwanda, and Uganda. And from the world of business, EcoBank Nigeria reiterated that its agency banking scheme, also known as Express Point, is building entrepreneurs and pushing financial inclusion to the large unbanked and underbanked population in Nigeria. The EcoBank Express Point enables eligible agents to carry out financial transactions on behalf of EcoBank and earn commission on every transaction processed. The consumer experience is very good as customers can do simple deposit, payment and transfer in their own neighborhood rather than travel for hours to a bank branch. EcoBank Express Point is also a channel that can be used for the deployment of national service intervention programs of the government. On entertainment, popular Nigerian singer Tubaba and Annie Dibia's daughter Olivia has melted the heart of thousands of internet users on photo-sharing app Instagram. It all started after the young girl's mother, Annie, took to her official Instagram page to share a lovely video of Olivia singing a version of singer Simi's hit song, Juduke. The beautiful moment appeared to have taken place in the middle of a road trip. Sharing the video, Annie noted that her daughter really loves the song. And from the world of sport, 3-time World Half Marathon Championship title holder Geoffrey Kwanworo is optimistic he will come back stronger when competition resumes after the coronavirus hibernation. Speaking during the 3rd National Olympic Committee of Kenya Online Forum titled The Home Athlete Nutrition Plan, Kwanworo said he has been training alone at home, hoping for a better season. Kwanworo was to defend this World Half Marathon Championship title in March in Gdynia, Poland, before the race was postponed to October 17. Our weather report for today shows Johannesburg, South Africa is sunny with 18 degrees Celsius. Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire is partly cloudy with 28 degrees Celsius. Guinea-Bissau is sunny with 28 degrees Celsius. And Accra, Ghana is partly cloudy with 33 degrees Celsius. And that was information African News as produced by Josephine Paul. Before we go, our African proverb for the day is a Swahili proverb that says, never judge a book by its cover. I'm Elvis Oga. Good afternoon.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My guy.
My guy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I have my guy in the studio. Mukudi yini mami. A very good afternoon to every single person out there, and I have to say happy weekend to everyone. And I hope you had an amazing weekday, because ours was amazing, and it's so good to be back here on the weekend programs, weekend feeds, weekend vibes. It's Saturday in the city of Abuja, and of course, you know how we do it right here. It's the
Whispers.
Hey. And that goes by saying I'm not alone in the studio. I've got my gals, and we're here to give you all of the sweetest gist and gossips and talks that you would love to hear and listen to. My name is Josephine Paul, and I have...
Okay, I am Immaculata Udor.
And I am Second Zilang.
Second Zilang. Beautiful voices. So, girls, it's so good to be back right here. So, let me ask you all, how was your weekday? It's like Monday to Thursday and Monday to Friday. How's it been so far? So good.
Okay, it was pretty stressful, but we pulled through. That was most important.
True, true. Second, how was yours?
Mine was actually, I've just been at home, sleeping, eating, watching TV.
Courtesy of the lockdown.
Keeping up with the quarantine, right?
Yeah, actually.
All right, mine wasn't that bad. It was quite productive. Did a lot of stuff. Had a lot of good times and all. So, guys, today on the Whispers, you know how we do it. We give it all hot, and all gisty. We're talking engagements.
Whoa.
Engagement, guys. But before we just proceed, I want to see your hands like this. Are you taking it or you're still single?
I left my ring at home.
Really?
Oh.
She said she left her ring. Oh my God. Is that, are you trying to say that slowly you're walking away from that relationship that just got you engaged? You want to walk away because you left your ring behind?
No, I forgot it at home actually.
Please do not forget your ring.
Don't mind me. I'm not engaged. I'm still single.
You got me thinking, must it be a ring? How about an anklet? Something.
Oh my God. Like
people do that?
Yeah, people do that.
Away from just having rings, you think a ring on your finger, you think anklets can actually go as engagement?
Yeah.
Really? No. Could that be the reason why I'm seeing a lot of girls like having anklets these days, like this period? Could that be a sign of being engaged?
No, I don't think so.
You could never know. You'd never know. People just give you engagement word of mouth. I want to marry you, basically, and that's it.
All right, girls. So let's understand, what do we mean by engagement, basically? What do you mean by engagement, second?
Engagement is basically an agreement to get married, a formal agreement to get married.
Yeah, okay.
And usually when you're it's a period where it's a period where it's a time between a marriage proposal and a marriage.
Eventual marriage. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, quite simple. How about you, Immaculata? What do you understand by, engagement?
Well, Second has said it. It's just a proposal to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I'm saying, would you marry me? That's like, and if you say yes, then there's an engagement. So it has to be like an agreement between two people to get married eventually. Mm-hmm. So it's just that period where, will you marry me? Yes, I will. And then we're in agreement, and then what's the next step, basically? So that period, or that actually is engagement.
Okay, so engagement, normally would people see it as an arrangement, that you have made with somebody or someone to do a particular thing at a particular period of time. So that at this point, at this segment, we're talking about engagement and the relationship aspect.
Yeah.
So that has to do with two people coming together, like making an agreement to wanting to get married.
But you know when we say like two people making an arrangement, usually the guy just brings it up, like it springs it up as a surprise to you.
Yeah.
So you see a lot of guys like, will you marry me? And the guy's like, oh my god, I didn't see that coming.
That is the major problem we're facing right now, because we've just pointed out the simple definition and simple understanding of engagement agreement between you and the person, your spouse, or you and the person you're going to get married to.
Yes.
You know.
So basically, engagement is like, okay, sit down, babes. I think we should move this relationship to the next level. Girl, I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So are you in or not?
Exactly.
Because I have to agree.
So most times when we see posts,
that's why he's asking you if you would marry him.
See, let me say something. I think I understand where Ima is coming from, because most times you know how social media has gotten to a very high level that anything you actually post goes viral. So we've seen a lot of videos of people making proposals
to saying no
to their lady or to their girlfriend or to your woman, and then they're saying no. So that means there had not been a formal agreement to that.
Why would you say no? That's embarrassing.
Let me ask you a question right now. So Victor is sitting right there, and he walks up to you right now as well, and on air, and he tells you, second, would you marry me? Would you say yes to that?
We are not in a relationship. He can't ask me that.
So I'm basically saying that any guy that actually approaches a girl and is asking,
not any guy, someone you are in a relationship, a romantic relationship with, then he can ask you.
Listen, I think when you say it's an agreement, then I have to be ready. Marriage is not something you just plunge into when you're not ready.
Yeah.
So if we're in a relationship, you should know if I'm on the same page with
you.
So people just see you. I've had people just look up to me and be like, okay, you're my kind of lady and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. That's at first instance. Like, we're not in a relationship.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I cannot jump into something like, okay, give us an avenue to get to know each other.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Although a lot of us, like, they say that to you, like, it's calm.
Yeah.
You get, like, that it's calm. But now, the people that actually mean it, from the first time they set their eyes on you, they know this is what they want from you. But there are other people that they have a timeline, so they have to follow it. Be sure. I want to know who you are, get to know you, and then I have to be sure before I say yes. So maybe I'm still understanding you. Maybe my plan, my life goal is to get married after school, and I'm still in school.
Yeah.
And then you're proposing.
True. But we'll get to the point where we find out where we get to find out how long is too long to be engaged. Basically, we're talking about engagement. So you see that kind of situation, like, I have to get to understand you. I have to get to know you better. Like,
you have to be sure that this person wants to spend the rest of their life with you.
Truly. Marriage is it's another world, another school, another thing on its own. So you can't just bump into me and tell me, would you marry me? Probably because we've known each other for maybe more than 1 year, 2 years, and all that.
I've seen people, like, you ask people, okay, this person you're dating, would you like to spend the rest of your life with him? And they're like, oh,
no. But we're just good at being, close or being together and all that. But I don't see myself ending with him. People just say that.
Being engaged is actually a huge decision.
Truly.
So both of you need to be ready, and you have to be sure that this person is the one for you, and this person is ready to spend the rest of their life with you.
Because you do not just unlike a relationship where you could be like, I want to date you, I want to get to know you. Once you're engaged, the next thing's supposed to be marriage.
Yes.
Like, it's one thing that leads to another. So really, a relationship could actually lead to engagement and then to marriage. But now that's like, it has to come in sequence. So am I ready to take the next step? Because there's a step you take and there's no going back.
Yes.
Because the society we find ourselves in, if you're engaged and then it breaks up, it's actually there's this kind of stigma that comes to she couldn't even hold an engagement. Thank God it didn't materialize to marriage, and so who knows what would have happened. So basically, if you're not ready to go into marriage, do not even start with an engagement.
So let's talk about in the olden days, like in time past, the weddings marriages have actually been going on without engagement and all that, and you see that they come out to get married and marriage still goes about. Let's talk about those times like where they didn't have engagement and all that.
Usually, maybe in a village. Let's say in a village like that, a guy is passing and he will see one very fine girl, and then he will tell his friend, "Who is this girl?" I like her. I like her. Her name is Jojo. Where is she from? Who is her father? Who is her father?
Then he will
daddy? Who is your daddy? Thank you. Then he will go back home, tell his parents, I saw this really beautiful girl and I like her and I want to marry her. So what will happen is his family will then go to the girl's family and tell her that
we want to marry.
We've seen a beautiful
flower. Yes, and it's funny. Like now we can actually reminisce on that particular period, and that was like their kind of engagement engagement as at that time. Yeah,
but the girl has to be called upon.
Yes.
And they'll be like, okay.
Maybe she won't be in there. She won't be there. Maybe when the person comes, she'll probably be at home or inside, and then they call her out.
And they'll be like, Jojo, Mr. Victor has said he wants to marry you. And then the girl has to say yes. Because if you say no, it's not going to happen.
But
so basically, it doesn't
really apply to. There are some places that you can't say no. I've heard
of customs, traditions. It comes in. Yeah,
I've heard of places where he would just see. Okay, the girl is walking outside. A man will see her outside. He likes her. She's a fine girl, beautiful girl. He'll just steal her like this and go.
Go, yes.
And she's married.
Yeah, we see cultures like that. Funny enough, we see happy customs and traditions still practicing that kind of method of marriage.
I know there's something called betrothal.
Betrothal, yes,
betrothal. Yeah, where you get to marry for a child even before the child, like while he's still a baby. Or he or she's still a baby.
Yeah.
So like, I'm betrothed to this person. Now that happens, but now the engagement is done by your parents because they have to agree. Yeah. So regardless, we're saying, because in our African culture, we tend to say that marriages in between two individuals is about two families, usually. So now the families have to be in agreement. And now there's an engagement when the two families have agreed.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, I want to marry Jojo's baby in the future. Okay, so this is my son. I know there's something about the Igbo culture where they'll get money from me and put it in a clay pot. Okay, this is the bride price and stuff. So that happens. But in recent times, you get people get to grow up and they're like, we're not compatible, and they break just like you break off engagement.
So could it be that as at that period, like the marriage is like, how can we relate that to right now? Because this period it's very scarce. We don't see those kind of things, those kind of occasions happening, like where people have to maybe see a girl and then you like the person and then you just go and find out where the person is from.
Still happens.
Does it still happen?
Yes, it still
happens. If it does happen, like, is it much easier, much better, or is it really acceptable, like compared to what's happening now, where we see, would you marry me proposal like unexpectedly, and then everyone is wild.
Yeah, because I feel like what works for you might not work for me.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where somebody sees a picture. It's the same thing. It even happens with us. They see your picture on Facebook, and the person outside of the country. Oh, I like you, and I want to marry you when I come back. It's very very popular in the East.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to marry you, but I'm not in the country right now. And so you just pictures you guys have seen, and you've agreed to be together. So as long as you guys are in agreement, sometimes the man is not even in the country to perform the marriage rites. So his family
goes and do it.
Haven't you heard people say she got married to a picture? Have you heard that before?
Oh, yeah.
She got married to a picture.
I mean, I don't get it. Like, you just bring out the picture and then the person is far away.
Yeah,
the person is in another country.
So the family comes and marries you off. See, the basic thing is that
I am in a whole way right now. Are you kidding me?
Yes, the basic thing is that there is an agreement to get married. Yeah. An engagement is basically, we've heard of forced marriages, that's different. But once two persons are in agreement, that is why even in our customs, they still have to call the girl child. Okay, this man has come with his family, even when they know that you guys have agreed and stuff, for the sake of formality, they call you out. This man has said. So if at that point you say no, regardless of whatever arrangements you guys have said, because
it's not going to work.
It's not working because the lady has said no. So there has to be some form of agreement.
Yeah.
It's just funny that our generation, we've decorated the agreement with rings and rocks.
Yeah.
But basically an engagement is agreeing to get married.
So regardless, like, whether it's traditional, like the method and all that, as long as there's an agreement between that person with the spouse, two people together. Like,
do you know some cultures call the wine carrying engagement ceremony?
You can imagine.
Yes, a lot
different
of cultures.
Wine carrying.
Yes, wine carrying, where you get to go meet the wife or the family of your wife and say, okay, I have come to show, like, this is me and I want to marry you.
I watched that a lot in movies.
Yes, so that point where it's called wine carrying.
Yeah. Okay.
But at that point, that's like the engagement ceremony. Yeah, traditional engagement ceremony. But basically, I guess what we're talking about is I agree to get married. Yeah.
So quick question, let me ask you. So second, I know we're actually in the modern life era right now. So basically, it has to be a ring. And just imagine, like, someone comes to your house, like, what man? Okay, maybe you even know this guy. should I paint it in that way? Like probably you know him, and then he doesn't want to accept like the whole ring kind of proposal, and then he's coming with that traditional way of coming. School. Yes, the traditional way of coming with wine and his people to come and tell your family that okay, I've seen second I want. Would you accept that? Yeah.
Well, I've always loved the whole propose.
Paparazzi.
Yeah, that kind of going on one knee.
You girls, can't you can't you go traditional
I think I deserve that.
You deserve that.
Yeah, I do.
Well, okay, what if the man you want to get married to or end up with is buying to that, agreeing to that kind of tradition or that kind of way? How would you take it?
On a serious note, if I truly love that person, all those proposals doesn't really matter at all.
Yeah, because I think I have a friend that picked her engagement ring herself.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here. They're dating and they know they're going to end up together. Yeah. I want to marry you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And I want that too. So let's work to it. And then they're like, I want to come and see your parents next week. Okay, let's go. They went to see her parents. They were aware these two people want to get married. And it's like, okay, so I've seen your parents and what's left. I've collected list. So you have to be moving around with the engagement ring. Come, let's go get one.
Are you serious?
So would you say they were not engaged before the actual ring, before they bought the ring? They were engaged. They had an agreement to get married.
That is another aspect of it. I think I see that a lot. Like even with relationships, like in relationships, boyfriend and girlfriend think that your man just comes. Like he doesn't do all of those surprise, like all the paparazzi stuff, and he just comes and gives the ring and just wants you to be wearing it, so everyone just know that I have you and you're already there for me. So everyone will say
private kind of proposal, right?
Yeah, I think I'd rather subscribe for that.
Yeah, you look like someone that would love that.
I'd subscribe to the private.
But I asked second word that she's going to agree with that. So are you going to take that side, like having your man like wanting that traditional kind of engagement or arrangement of getting married and proposal?
I think a ring does not a ring is not what signifies an agreement.
Yeah.
So there was a conversation we were having, and she was like, "Why would you say no?" I think a lot of ladies say yes to save the day, like just to save the face of the guy.
Yeah.
And they just get the ring regardless because it was done in public. So let's have a conversation before you even do that. I think you people should have talked about it. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So even if she doesn't say yes at the first instance, she should have it in her subconscious that this guy wants to spend the rest of his life. And then the guy should also listen to the way the girl responds. Yeah. Like, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I'm like, who? Me? I beg you, shift, change the topic. And then you bring it up again, but it's not a one-time thing. And you should look at her body language, and then you get to know if this person really loves me before popping the question. So you don't do that in public, and then you end up embarrassing yourself.
Exactly.
But for me, guy, let it be private and just make it special. I like things sweet.
Are you trying to sell yourself right now? Market yourself?
I'm not even dating to start with. That's the bad part. No, but basically, I'd opt for a private because it's our life. We're going to live the rest of our lives together. Our life is not what we show people out there.
Yeah,
our life
is just you, right?
Yeah, you and me. So basically,
so talking about this traditional aspect of proposal or engagement, just popped into my head about oath taking. Do you see it some relationships or some people? I think it's actually done with, like, I don't know if people still go into it. And actually to tag that as engagement, as them like having an agreement together, taking an oath. I see people like have to cut the blood of their hand and then give it to the person and all that. Funny enough, why this came into my head, I just remembered about, I don't know, I think 4 years ago there, about when I was still naive, someone wanted to just blow my head with so much love talk, like sweet talking, baby, I love you, baby, you are the one, see, I cannot breathe. And guess what? He now said, "See, you don't trust me. See, let's take an oath. See, baby, I'll cut my hand now for you."
You want African magic?
Like I'm just reminiscing right now. So that was like going to be his like.
Please, how long did the relationship last
sister,
after that?
Are you? I can't. Just right. The only thing I can actually think of right now is because we're talking about engagement right now, and so that was like supposed to be his own agreement and understanding within the relationship. So I cannot even think. I don't think we ever lasted for a very long time. So yeah, I'm not even talking to him right now. So I'm just wondering, like, why would people like have
it
to
could be
take that kind of aspect?
Like I said, an engagement is basically an agreement.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if that was your way of showing your commitment, so it could be his way of engaging you. People, I just said a ring does not seal the deal.
So cutting your hand.
No, I think taking an oath is not. It's not necessarily an engagement. It's more of a commitment.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I think people actually do that for the sake of insecurity.
Truly, because I'm like, when all those things were happening, I'm like, so you want to cut your hand? Is that the guarantee that? So what if one day you just decide and then the whole thing ends, like we just break up?
That's actually not what I'm looking at it from. What if he's ready for commitment and you're not?
I'm not. Yes, probably because I don't even like him that much. I don't love him that much for that kind of commitment.
And he wants to trap you down.
Seriously. And there are lots of consequences behind that whole bloodshed.
We're not going to
old stuff thing.
Blood oath right now. So we're going to talk about the agreement part of
it.
So I am saying that could be an agreement. It could pass for an engagement, because the both of you are in agreement to do that. So like a ring does not signify it. Your oath could signify an engagement for you. Like I said, I see a lot. I've seen 2 anklets engagements. Now this is like a symbol. It doesn't necessarily mean this is the engagement. Do you understand? So I want you to see this and remember that we're engaged. So it could be a portrait in your house. It could be just a sticker on your door frame. And you see that and you remember, so this is like a symbol. It's basically 2 hearts agreeing together to be. So I'm saying insecurities actually led to the whole thing. But insecurities also lead to the engagement.
So
that's where you see people get engaged without the intention of getting married. So I just want to keep her. This is what will keep her. So basically, maybe you'll be asking him, when are we taking this relationship to the next level?
Truly, I get your points, because like you just said, that it all boils down to agreement. So if we're agreeing that if we take all together, it's going to keep us, and this is what we agree on, and then we're going to move on the relationship, it's good and fine. Everybody with their personal opinions. If it's either ring, anklet, or
the word of mouth.
Just word of mouth. Okay, so we'll the big question right now that we will have to take just immediately after this break is, how long is too long to be engaged? Be a part of the program by dropping your own contributions and comments via our social media handle, African Patriot Radio. Let's go on a quick break, and when we return, we'll get to find out how long is too long to be engaged. Stick with us.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back to the Whispers right here on African Patriot Radio, and it's the weekend vibes. You know how we give it hot gist with my girls, Second Zilan and Immaculate. You guys should.
Hello, make some noise.
All right, so today we're talking whispers. It's
whispers. Yeah, we're talking engagement.
Yeah, we're talking engagement basically, and we've understood that engagement has to do with an agreement between 2 people, before marriage or intending to get married. Yeah. So let's look at how long is too long to be engaged, guys. So how long is too long to be engaged? Again, if you were engaged right now, what is your time range for you to, delve into marriage?
For me, 6 months to 1 year. It shouldn't exceed that.
1 year.
Yeah,
why?
6 months
Why?
to
Why
1
6
year?
months to 1 year?
I mean,
what would you be doing with all this period of time, like 1 year, basically?
If you give me a ring, you should be ready to get married.
Whoa, she's actually.
What's the whole point?
If you give me a ring, you
guys. Seriously, what's the whole point of waiting?
Yes.
If you give me a ring, you should be ready to get married. What's the whole point of staying for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6 months, 6 to 1? Sorry, 6 months to 1 year should be okay.
Wouldn't you just like to just wear the ring, just
and do what? And be Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
Level 4.
Lord stress of the ring. So how about you, Emma? How long would you like to have?
Let me just take 2 months off each. 6 to 12 months. Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Yeah.
So I'm saying 4 to 10 months.
Okay.
4 months, because I feel you might look at it like 4 months. Yeah, I could even say 3 months, because if you're asking that question, then you should be ready to take the big step.
Yeah.
You should be ready, not just say ready financially.
Yeah.
You should be ready emotionally.
True.
You just should be ready in all ramifications.
Yeah. Physically. Yeah.
You have to rest spiritually as well to take the next step.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, because if we're going to get married, we should know. People are like, oh God, I'm so surprised. I'm like, didn't you see it coming?
Yeah.
Of course you did see it coming. So I feel that if you're going to pop the big question, if you're going to put a ring in it, then you should be ready to take the step as soon as possible.
So getting a contribution right here. This is from John Udoka. He's saying 6 months is okay. Like, he's a guy. He's saying 6 months is okay, basically. And he's actually saying that 6 months is okay because I'm a guy, and if I'm actually going to propose to a girl, so that means I have to be ready to and take the stand of getting married and all that. So I mean, I think 6 months is actually okay for you to be engaged.
If you're saying, I want to get married to you, you should, at that point, the next question the girl's asking is, when are you going to come and see my parents?
Yeah.
Do you understand? And
so you see that, so go on, just
okay, and so you're like, will you marry me today? And tomorrow I'm like, when are you going to come and see my parents? I don't know. Maybe you should know.
Well, you see why you don't have to be in a rush to just say yes to every proposal or any engagement that comes your way, because I think when you are actually in that state of you wanted to say yes to your engagement or to your proposal given to you, so you have to be ready that after this is marriage, right? And you've seen there are so many signs in a relationship that will let you know that this person is serious, away from the whole ring. Because I think that most ladies are just comfortable with, let me just put a ring on it, let me just have to be engaged, let me just show the world, paparazzi, social media, I'm just gonna I'm taking yes, I said yes, and all that.
And then people start counting down for you.
Counting down for you, exactly, your family
start
and friends.
Asking you questions. When is the wedding? When is the wedding?
And we'll come back to asking if it's possible. Like, I mean, how long is too long? Okay, we'll come back to asking this big question, like, do you like it in public or private? Because it actually determines your marriage and what's next. Because very soon people are actually counting down for you. I remember
because it's in the public eye.
Exactly.
So they're like, when is it happening? When is the big day? All of a sudden.
And then that's where people start shaming you somehow. A lot of criticism.
Lord of the Rings.
Jesus Christ. I remember I will never forget this lady I know. I think back then in primary school, funny enough, no, secondary school. Okay, secondary school. I think that was my JSS, junior secondary school period. And this particular teacher, she was engaged. JS1, JS2.
Please don't go on. Don't go on.
You know, students now, as we do just like we just be talking. So when is this woman going to get married now? She just wearing. Auntie, when are you going to see? Honestly, like that woman was actually engaged for a long period of time. I don't know. Probably it's that maybe the agreement she had with her husband, but I just feel like maybe something was wrong, and
we could keep dating.
We could keep dating because I mean, engagement. There's more to it. You don't have to. Except some people are just comfortable with just having rings to show off and just be like, I'm engaged.
I think it is very important to note that there is no right or wrong time for an engagement. A wrong length of time for an engagement. It's basically between you and your partner. You guys you both can agree on 1 year. 6 months, 2 years, 3 years. That is based on what you guys want, and also it's completely up to you. That's something.
You know what gets me? Like when you say 2 years, 3 years, why did you put a ring on it if you knew we're not going to take the step? Because I know is it Octavia? They hold like the longest record for engagement. They were engaged for 60 years.
What? Again?
Yes. Okay, I like the way you guys did it.
Wait.
So when you say it's totally up
is
to
she? The person is actually on the Guinness Book of Records.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes. For 60 years, and so they're engaged, and they finally take the step. 60 years later, and I'm like,
let me sorry before you complete your story, right? Like, if the person's actually on a Guinness Book of Record, like 60 years of engagement before finally marriage, like they should have kids, right? They should be together already. That was just engagement, no marriage.
Engaged, not married. So
60 years could actually give you a kid and give you a family.
So if they were cohabiting, then maybe it wouldn't be in the Guinness Book of Record. But it's just engagement.
And they had,
at that point, it doesn't just become a community problem. It becomes a continental problem.
Please.
I
think that's why we got the word Lord of the Rings. That whoever the person or couple
should be savior of the rings.
Be the couple of the rings, like Lord of the Rings, basically.
So you see, I'll keep saying that because let us tell the truth. Okay, in this part of the world where the guys get to do the engagement, so you should be ready before you ask a lady.
Yeah.
Because trust me, 99.9% of ladies, if you ask them what their big day is going to be like, they already know.
They know it.
So you cannot come and start planning.
So could it be that sometimes how long this engagement engagement actually lasts, like how long the time range actually could be the fault of the men or from the girls or from the women themselves, like what would be like the reason like behind all of this long range period?
I think most times it's usually from the men. But sometimes we also need to understand, let's be realistic.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, now, I am dating someone that is staying in the United States of America.
Yeah.
And he's actually staying there, and I'm schooling. I mean, the university.
Yeah.
We can't, maybe we actually have an agreement. Okay, we're going to get married.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe he wants to marry me, we get engaged, but because of the distance,
and then I'm schooling,
so maybe he wants to wait for me to finish my university, finish my service before we get married. So that's another way of
so that would extend the marriage.
Yes.
Now, like you said, it's actually based on a couple of factors. You said distance could be a factor. The fact that the person is in school, but you know that there are people that could say, no, I want to be done with school before getting married. Okay, before then, I feel you have had this conversation, and he knows, and he's like, I want to marry you regardless, but I'll wait until you're done with school. Agreement.
Another factor could be money. I think that's like one major
factor.
That
was actually what I was coming at when I talked about, if you ask a girl what her wedding's going to be like,
she's going to tell you.
She
She's always ready to know. Yes.
So a lot of people blame it on we're planning for the wedding.
Yeah.
So a girl knows what she wants her big day to look like. So probably maybe it's the finances.
Yes, that's not
like
there,
to get
available.
To do what she wants
to do.
And then, but we should know that it's not just a man's thing. According to statistics, the couple just spend 40% of their total wedding.
Okay.
Yes, the groom's family spends about 14%, and the other 36% goes to the bride, or 46% goes to the bride's family. Yes.
Yeah.
The bride's family. Yeah. You just think. But it's true.
I didn't know you had that Yoruba.
No, but seriously. So it's not just about the two of you. Yeah, but a lot of people say, how long does it take to get prepared? Okay, rehearsal, dinner, ashemi clothes. So you're factoring all of that in. How long will it take people to raise money to buy the clothes?
Yeah.
How long will it take them to make the clothes eventually? And then you're considering people that will attend the wedding.
I mean, those are all the considerations. Those are all the things that are supposed to put in place.
Yes, factors. When you're thinking of the time frame. So you don't just wake up today and I'm engaged. I'm getting married in 2 weeks. And if second carries a phone, Immaculate Ashep is 25,000 and I'm getting married in 2 weeks and I'm counting when will salary come? When will I buy? When will I? So you have to factor all of that in basically.
Yeah, I think I like that this scenario you just painted right now, because it's true. I know there's some factors that actually tie down engagement and that leads to marriage.
And you just put something in my head right now. Yeah. You know there are churches that tell you have to stay for 3 months before getting married.
3 months.
Usually 6 months.
I think it's usually 6 months.
So you have to factor all of
counseling,
that.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's look at the time. I mean, the months we actually put the numbers. We both like 6 months. And second said 1 year, and you said 6 months is not too much. I said 6 months is not too.
3 months, 4 months.
3 months, 4 months. But you said 10 months, right?
No, I said
she said
4 months to 8 months.
Yeah.
But for the sake of not saying I'm in a hurry to jump in it, I should say 3 months.
But do you know somehow when someone actually says yes to an proposal, and that period, it's a time for courtship. Like in most churches and religion, it's period of courtship where you get to understand the person better, and where you get to
if you
compatibility. Yes,
and
whether you
if you're not compatible, you know, you're expected to break it off. Yes,
true.
But people look at it, you break an engagement, oh my gosh, you wouldn't last
yes, truly,
do you understand?
Truly,
That's what this time is for.
But since you're saying that period is, since we're saying that period is supposed to be a period of knowing each other, courtship, yes, and all. So how about when you're actually engaged already? Like when you're engaged and probably you're getting to understand this person and see the person, know the person better, and the person is not just doing, like, it's not proven to be what you who you really want to end up with. It might be so hard for people to just end the relationship or just think about the engagement and all that. So how would people be able to deal with that? So is it better that you do not even like say yes to an engagement and say yes to a proposal and all that? Because when you get to understand that, because I know that if you say yes to someone and there's a particular period of time you are supposed to get married, and all of a sudden you're noticing that you guys cannot be compatible and there's things you cannot tolerate and take and all that. So can you still end a relationship and just like say no to it already?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
you think most people would just like
basically the engagement period is for you to understand your person, and see if you guys are compatible, if you guys can actually be married.
Because
and if you see that you cannot be with this person, maybe there are some things that he does or she does.
So it's actually better that you don't even quickly jump into engagement already.
No.
Is it that? Are you saying in that light?
No, I'm looking at it from this perspective. An engagement is not an eventual marriage.
So you can break it up, like walk away already.
Yes,
like
you can, because nothing has been done. It's just an agreement to get married, and people agree to disagree. People disagree to agree. So I'm saying basically, if I am dating you, I'm looking at you as my friend, as my companion. So I could talk to you when I'm low and stuff. But if you put a ring in it, then I'm messaging you as my husband. So it's a different ball game. So there are things you could tolerate when you're friends with this person, you're dating this person, and you're like, okay, you could break off, you could move on. So you're gambling. But now when the person is certain and you know you're winning, and the person's like, I want to take it a step further. At that point, you have to call the person and be like, oh God, there are things you do that I can take in the relationship, or if we're dabbling into marriage, it's a different ballgame. And then you get to have a conversation
with the person.
So that period of courtship is when the church accords you time to get to know this person and get to know if you really, really want to spend the rest of your life. Because at courtship, while you're dating, the churches will tell you, or a religious setting, they'll tell you, see this person in open places. Don't stay alone in a room with the person. But when you're courting, you're expected to spend a weekend. So there are things they know you do not know, but you ought to know. So that is why they let you. So at that point, if you cannot take it,
then you can just
bounce.
You're not tied down to that.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So what if you're dating this person in a relationship with someone and he asks you, he proposes, and you're not sure if you really want to be with this person? What would you do? Would you accept the ring or not?
No. If he proposes and you're not sure,
sure if you want, you love this person, but you're not sure if you want to be married.
That's what we're saying. Like, I mean, if you're not sure you want to end up with the person, why would you say yes to that proposal? Like, you wouldn't. Like, you're not tied. It's not bondage. You're not tied down to it. So, like, you have your rights to say whatever you want to say, to agree to it or not.
Public proposal.
Now wait till we talk now, because
why I said it should be like
that would be so embarrassing. Have you seen videos online where a guy will propose to a girl?
I feel like they deserve what embarrassment they got, because you have to have an agreement and understanding with the person you want to get married to. See, no matter how, oh my God, have you been on that position or situation before?
Seen videos.
Yeah, we've seen videos.
Yeah,
I've seen videos that we saw one. Okay, one was trending. I think we talked about it one time on the Whispers before Chi, and when we said one guy came to propose to the girl, and the girl said no, that she's not, like she was, I think she was acting confused, like she doesn't know what was happening. Okay, to see what happened, see how the setting was. She was in a restaurant, she was eating, and then when the guy said, would you marry me, like came and knelt down and all that, popped the question, and she was like looking confused, and people were already around. She just pretended as if she was not talking, so she was not eating the food. And then the next thing, the guy changed her, no. He collected the shoe, because I mean she was wearing shoes. He took the shoes
Sneakers,
off,
yeah.
took the sneakers off. What again? She took what I forgot whether he was even trying to remove her trousers and all that.
Oh
But it was so embarrassing. Like I mean, she did all that because
what I'm trying to say is you are not sure.
Yeah.
But you love this person. Probably maybe after some time you might decide to be like maybe you might be with person. Maybe you still want to marry that person.
Yeah.
So is it that you're going to
like say yes and then think about it?
Yeah. Okay, for me, I feel like it's going to be so embarrassing, especially when it's a public proposal.
Yeah.
It's going to be so
So
embarrassing.
you just want to like pity him.
If you say no, he will be so embarrassed that he probably might not ask you the next time because he might feel like you might say no again and embarrass him. So what I think, hold on, what I think is you should probably accept it and then go back and think when you guys are together. If you're not sure, tell him, brother, I am not sure.
So should I just pop out the big question right now? How would you like your engagement?
Girl, I want it public.
Exactly. Now, because she wants it public, she's now thinking of, okay, what if this guy comes now? I did not know that I was going to. I'm not ready. Let me just accept now and go and think about it.
No, you do not accept a proposal and then think about it. That is why I say a big advice to all you guys out there, because I feel before you pop the big question, you must have had conversations. It's not just about asking what are your life goals, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years, and then you see if that aligns with your own goals and vision. Now that's you being selfish. You should also know if this lady wants to spend the rest of her life with you. So imagine, like I said earlier, you're talking to this girl and you're like, God, girl, I've never seen anybody like you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And she's like, who? Not for me. Come on, get out, change topic. And then you talk to her and she's like, are you kidding? I beg, no wine me. Are you serious?
Yeah.
And then you know she has interest.
Yeah.
You don't just say that once. Okay, maybe the first time you tell her and she's like, I beg, you're joking.
Yeah.
And then you ask her again, it's like, you ask her the third time. That's like you're having conversations. And she'll be like, okay, you're asking me too much. Are you actually serious? So of course I'm serious. The ring is not there, but she has it in her head that this guy wants me. And then she, whether you know it or not, she goes in her spare time and she's thinking, okay, now this boy is actually asking to spend me in call. Do I really want to spend the rest of my life with him? So when you pop the question, she'll be like, okay, the surprise. When people say they are surprised and they act so surprised and they cry. I'm like, what's this drama?
I think some people pretend like proposal, like they just like I think they see it coming and then they just like want to.
Yeah, well, you have to give them a shot.
Yeah.
So I feel that if he was going to propose, you should have known that this guy is serious with me, and then he comes and like. For me, I'll be like, I think on my engagement, I'll be like, oh, so he's serious. So I used to think you're joking.
Yeah.
No, but that puts in no wahala because you already know.
Yeah.
So, but do not embarrass yourself.
Yeah.
Do not embarrass the lady. So you just come and you out of nowhere. Probably we just fought last night and you're feeling like might run off, and then you're engaging me to keep me, not because you have intentions to marry me.
Yeah.
So that's why I say
it's actually good to understand the person you're dealing with. Like, don't just jump into it because the ring is already on free.
So if you don't accept the ring, does that mean that the relationship is over?
No, that's
not
why.
over. That
some people
you see that video we saw. Like
that relationship is over.
It is
definitely.
Like I mean, that
even if the guy wants it again, the girl.
Embarrassment between both of them. If I think I don't know if it's still actually trending or it's viral right now because I think the video was old. But if you see that's really because the girl, two of them were embarrassed. Like it was just embarrassing between both sides.
The guy was embarrassed, but he was so immature about it. He had to embarrass the lady
again.
Well.
Exactly.
So even if the guy comes back and he's like, okay, let me give you time to think about me, lady. I will not take you.
See, that girl was in shock. Like she didn't even move. Security had to come and carry her and go. So
I just feel if like me, you like a private engagement, then you're safe. Because he comes to the ring, I'm like, okay, but I'm not really, I love you regardless. And that's why I'm in a relationship with you. But there are things, probably you have your reason. There are things you do that do not sit well with me. Let's talk about it. Let's work on it. If you're willing to work on it, that's the only thing that's making me say
do you think that private engagements actually tie down relationships a lot? So, like, because people do not know it. So a lot of times they actually, because they don't know it, so people don't really know what's happening. Maybe your family members do not even have an idea about your engagement, and then boom, you stay there. Like it becomes like very long. You see, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and all that.
If it's a private engagement, you get to tell your family members and your friends.
You should.
That's the right way to do it. Public. It's not going to be on social media. You know, when it's a public engagement, there are so many people around with their phones. You know how we are now. So everybody will know.
I think it's actually your choice whether to keep it to yourself or to share.
Yeah.
But basically, we're saying be because there are tendencies where people could say no. So we're saying pop the question. I am saying pop the question in private.
Yeah.
So if she says no, you're not going to be embarrassed. It's just between the two of you. So if there are conversations you should have that you should have had, then you can have it at that point. But now the public one embarrasses you if she says no. But if you're already in agreement and you know that he's going to pop the question, why not do the paparazzi? But when you do the paparazzi, when you're doing a public thing, you
Be
should
ready
know that,
for it.
we know that you just be in the know that you're actually inviting the entire universe
to say yes, what's
into
happening
your
within you,
relationship. So they want you to take them through the process.
True.
So we're counting. Okay, they've been engaged for 3 months. When's the big day already?
June, July. They're counting for you. Looking
So,
up
but
to
when
see
it
what
was
you next.
private, you have
your whole time,
the comfort
to,
of time to
yes.
yourself. Because I just see people. Okay, what if you hear engagement today and they get married the next month? Do you know the first thing Africans will say? Check, she don't carry.
She don't carry belly. Well, it's true. It's true. I don't know. That can be another topic for another day. But it's true. It really happens. Like when
so
you see that
sometimes the pregnancy is the engagement.
It's true. You're right, because actually, I think it happens more. We see it more of. It happens more often right than not, because a lot of times people use pregnancy.
Yes, pregnant. Okay, let's just get married now. I'm like, are you serious? Yes. Do you love me? Would you like to marry me? And I'd like to marry you, and you're pregnant. Yeah.
Just
okay, let's get married.
now.
So now there's no ring. There's a pregnancy.
Oh Jesus Christ! And it's actually true. A lot of people use pregnancy as engagement too. Like that is their guarantee. Like if you get pregnant, we're gonna get married, and that's another topic for its own. We actually have rules for engagements, like which are actually stayed down. And you talked about one, like having agreements, like you having an agreement between you and your person and all that. The family comes into, like, you have to, away from your whole family stuff, you have to have an understanding between the person you're dealing with, right? So my own take on having your engagement private or public, it actually depends on you, and like you said, what you want, right? So our time is fast spent. Second, what would you have to say in a nutshell, everything all together?
Well, I am of the opinion that an engagement ring has an expiry date.
You sound like someone that wants to say yes to a proposal right now. Like I just asked you, will you marry me? I'm like, wow.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me finish. I am of the opinion that an engagement ring has an expiry date of 1 year. Yeah. After that, it is just a ring, girl. It is just a gift. It's just a gift.
Yeah.
So
you can actually accept it, or you know, like if you actually accept the engagement and all that, it's actually a choice. If it doesn't go well, right?
I've always been saying yes, I'm going to accept the ring. Yeah. I'm of the opinion I'll accept it because I don't want to embarrass my partner.
Yeah.
If it's actually okay. Contrary to what Ima think, I also will want the private proposal. Do you get?
Just because you don't want too much wahala. You don't want people to be counting down for you.
Yes.
Like just,
if it's a private proposal, yes, of course I'll say yes. But then if it's the public proposal, I think even if I'm not sure if I want to be with that person, I would say yes, and later on go back and tell him, look, I'm not sure this is what I want. Okay. So let's take it slow.
Yeah.
And understand each other and see if you're actually compatible before we can actually take that step.
Take it slow. All right. So, Ima, what you have to say in a nutshell about this?
In a nutshell, I'll say an engagement is not proper marriage. So you can break off an engagement. Yeah. So an engagement doesn't have to come with a ring, although I like a hollow rock. Yeah. I'm just saying, yes, and I'll prefer diamonds. But it doesn't have to be a ring. An engagement is basically, a ring is a souvenir. An engagement is an agreement between two persons. And please, it should not, a year tops. But for me, 8 months is enough. What you need to do, just plan a wedding, yeah? And 6 months is more than enough time to plan a wedding. Yeah. So before you even pop the question, you should be financially, emotionally, spiritually ready. So if you're ready, if you're not ready, then if you're not ready to take the next step, please do not ask the question. We're good dating. I'm not leaving you. And please do not propose to a lady just in a bit to keep her.
Exactly. Yes, it actually happens. I think that's why I'll take it from there, because if you are just doing it to keep her, that's really sad and very immature. Because I think marriage has to do with, all round readiness. like you said, spiritually, physically, because that's what I'm actually looking out for. Spiritually.
Brother,
you have to be ready.
Let me just about spirituality. You end up marrying a herbalist.
Oh my God, I reject that to you. All right, guys, so that's it. Engagement is actually agreements between you and your partner. So have their agreements. Do not jump into it because you just want to show off or because you just want to do it, or maybe because of age and all that. It's actually time. Just have an understanding with your partner and then be sure about the decisions you will make. That's the much we can take today on the Whispers, because it's where me and my girls will draw the curtains. It's weekend, girls. What are you going to be doing for weekend? What are you going to be doing for weekend, guys?
My hair.
I think the weekend is over already.
Oh, it's over.
Okay, we still have Sunday.
Some people's weekend is starting today, like mine, and we're saying bye to you. Thank you so much for being part of the program. Bye.
Take care.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Make we push this COVID-19 away, away, far away, away.
Everybody got to realize, for this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, for this life, you don't get to duplicate, you don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh, make you know they go out, oh. Not for your good, the government just pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they save. Oh. Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh.
You know get friend. Oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend. Oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, it go better. Oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Sanitize your social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hand. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Sanitize. Social distancing. Social distance. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand well. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your clothes. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting. Baby, yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, applied to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB. ODJ on this one, yeah. Yeah. Quick, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling, baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do, it no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. My Angelina oh no. Say Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Like as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh no. Say Angelina kill it person. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it person. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh la 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 la.
It's ODJ, yes. I feel too mad for you. Yeah. I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ojoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muscle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do, do, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, 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 baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, away, far away, away.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Awudu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Back a very good afternoon to you, everyone listening, and it's the African Patriot Radio, and it's the weekend, and we have the Girls Corner session right here with my one and only girl
Immaculate are still in the building.
Yeah, so we just had whispers where we talked about engagement, and I just like us to look into people that have actually been engaged for a long period of time, because we had a lot of celebrities, talking about engagement, like people that actually been in their life for a very long period of time. So
basically it's still whispers, yeah. Of course, it's still whispers.
Yes.
There's still Girls Corner.
Girls Corner session,
and Josephine is about to bring the gossip on. So she was just basically talking about engagement. And now she's about to tell you who's been engaged for the longest, who's had the most engagement.
Yes,
blah, blah.
like you threw that when we're actually talking about engagement. You said you're talking about someone that was engaged for 60 years.
Yes,
and was
Octavia in the Guinness Book of Record.
Guinness Book of Record. And I think that's like the longest engagement so far, because I'm saying like it took plunged after 67 years. You said 60, but it's saying 67 years in June 1969 in Mexico City. That's not in Nigeria, and that's not an African.
No, that's not. We're just talking about someone that's held like the longest record of engagement. Yeah. And when you talk about engagement, like we were saying earlier about private and public engagement.
Yeah.
It gets me to think about the Kim Kardashian.
Kardashian. Yeah, there are a lot of I think there are a lot of celebrities who have been engaged more than once. I'm saying Splash News J. I'm saying Sofia Vergara. on Instagram, Sophia Vergara called the engagement to Nick Loeb, and I'm saying Mark Anthony. Have you come across Mark Anthony's engagement?
Because you're not Africans, and you know I'm actually.
Yes, I'm also saying Naya Rivera.
Yeah, I've heard
yes,
of that one as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Kafi. How about there's the Kafi and Gidoni engagement?
But that was like that wasn't so long.
Are they married already?
I think they are.
Do not think, because I know they actually
they're not married.
No, they're engaged.
Yeah, they're engaged. Yes,
during her 30th birthday. Yeah, and so Nigerians are counting down. Okay, now we're actually giving an excuse for them because the COVID-19, the coronavirus, and so we're asking when are they taking the big plunge? So the moment the government says go back to your normal duties again.
Well, I think slowly we're coming back. Everything's just easing off already, like the whole coronavirus.
That's
so we should be expecting.
See what you're saying now. Okay, you're expecting. It's not your business. Yeah. An engagement is like an agreement between two persons.
Well, yeah, it's an agreement, but it's all over the social media. Everyone's like waiting for that big day and all that.
Because you made it public problem. Like, so the moment, that's just like saying the moment you come out there and you're publishing the big question in public,
everyone's looking out for it.
It's
like,
everybody's business.
Yeah.
So when are you taking the deep plunge? Okay, when are you getting married? Where's Ashebi?
Yeah.
Where's the venue? But if it's a private engagement like I subscribe to, then it's your business. So you could actually just take your time. So there's no pressure from out there. So you're pressuring Gedoni and Kafi. Can you hear her? She's pressuring them.
I'm pressuring them, but I'm a fan of them. I mean, they're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful couples. I think they're gonna make perfect, couple because they're just perfect match. So I'm looking out for when the big day is gonna be. You understand? But away from that, there are a lot of people.
You're not supposed to be looking out for them. You should let them take their time.
Why are you taking Panadol on top of my own headache? Why?
It's Gedoni's and Kafi's headache. It's not your headache.
All right. So a lot of engagements with some celebrities. I'm saying Mariah Carey. Have you heard of Mariah Carey's engagement?
No, how many times? I'm not even concerned that someone's engaged once. Some people get engaged and break it off.
I think that it's really very common with a lot of celebrities. Like talking about when we mentioned Kim Kardashian, she had her engagement twice before Kanye. Like I think twice. Kanye made the second one because she had her first marriage like with Ray, and then it didn't work out.
That's a marriage. That's an actual marriage. Okay, I think she has a record for the shortest marriage. Yeah. Where you get married today and hours later you break up. So I actually would say I feel that a broken engagement is better than a broken marriage.
Yeah, true.
And then it wouldn't be so much of an issue if there was no paparazzi and stuff. That's why even a lot of persons are subscribing to the private marriage now.
Yeah, because it's just simple. Because if you have your marriage out there in the public, I mean your engagement out there in the public, and then marriage comes in and then there's like a little issue. Marriage actually there's a whole lot that comes with marriage. Yes. So if you're saying yes and then you finally settle and something happens in between the line, you're going to have to take a whole process of divorcing and all that. So I mean, you should know the person you're dealing with. Like, do not just jump into saying yes because you want to show it off because it's paparazzi and all that.
When we're talking about know the person that you are in a relationship with, that goes a long way. Because for instance, like we said, that an engagement, people just engage because they feel you're leaving them, because they feel they're losing you. Yeah. So the engagement is like a cough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they
just hold you
to hold you
down.
Like, okay, I want to marry you, and now that's the promise of a marriage, not an eventual marriage.
Not an eventual marriage.
Yeah.
True.
So if the ring is on it and he's not making moves, he's not coming to see your parents. He's not talking about a marriage. It's just I want to marry you. Is not marrying you eventually. So you just know at the point where it's not working.
Yeah.
So there are people that, okay, for instance, they say they want to date you, and then you're in the relationship, and even girls, a lot of girls do it. You say yes to a man because you want to eat his money, not basically because you love him.
Yeah.
So he should know you're in a relationship, and he knows you don't care about him emotionally. That you're just out there to get what you can off him.
Yeah.
He has the right to call it off. Okay, now our motives and agenda is different.
Yes.
So this is not working. Basically, it's the same for an engagement. Like I keep saying, an engagement is not a marriage.
It's not marriage, So like it shouldn't just weigh you down or tie you down. Like it's not a do or die affair, right? Yeah,
because I'm testing the waters basically. Yes. It's courtship. So
yeah, it's courtship. Yes, a lot of people do not understand that that period is a period of courtship. So that's where the time you have to get to understand the person you're dealing with, get to know him better, and know your compatibility. Like that. Let's talk about different signs that come in, like between engagements. Because a lot of people just think that because he brings a ring to you, like he says, "Would you marry me?" and that's it. Like it really promises you so much. Like you just see it like something that. Oh, there's so much effort he's made, and then you're kind of blinded by what is coming, like the marriage aspect of it. Like you just see the ring and think it's all about it.
I feel it's a mindset thing, and we should actually go back to the basis. When a guy pops the big question, "Will you marry me?"
Yeah.
Now, what a lot of girls are saying, I am saying, is the wedding. Now, should we do a wedding party? So everybody's looking at the wedding party, but the actual marriage is when the party is over, when it's just the two of you in the house. Yeah. Do you understand? So, will you marry me? And I want my wedding gown this way. I want my shabby. That's the only thing you're thinking about. Yeah. But when he says if you're going to marry him or not, sister, what you should be thinking about is the marriage, and not just, it goes beyond the wedding. Yes. So forget the paparazzi. It's your life. It's the rest of your life. So there are lots of things you think about when it pops the big question. You should not just hear, "Will you marry me?" Because when you hear, "Will you marry me?" it's just like, will you do a wedding with me? You should think, is this the kind of father I want for my children? Yes. Is this the kind of man I want to spend the rest of my life with? Does this support my goals?
Exactly, visions and all that. I think that's a period of planning. That's a period of knowing who you're going to end up with.
It's more like a period of reflection.
It also refers to reflections too, because you at that period you're getting to understand this person and what you like and what his likes are not, what his dislikes and what his likes are. So you understand that person, because I think a lot of times it actually crashes. Like you see, engagement, people get engaged and then boom, it doesn't work out for them because they didn't really understand this person. They didn't really know who he is and all that. So it demands planning with that person.
So, but we should also know that when we say a man should be physically, spiritually, emotionally ready. Now the lady also has to be physically, spiritually, and emotionally ready. Yes, because you're saying you want to spend the rest of your life with this person. You should also know that the wedding is not just going to be his money. You also, like me, I keep saying I don't want to get married until I'm able to impute, like, to a large extent. So I want a cake, and I'm having this conversation with my husband today, and the cake is going to cost 1,000 naira, for instance. And he's saying my budget is 800.
Wedding on the budget.
Yes. 800 naira, and I'm like, oh, he doesn't want me to have the kind of wedding I want. No, you should be able to add that 200 to sum it up. So basically, if I do not get to that point, then I do not want anything.
I think we'll talk on and on and on about engagement, about relationship, because there's more to it. But I think this is where we have to draw the curtains right here on the Girls Corner. So it's been such an amazing time, right? Talking about engagement and talking about what you need to know before you say yes to that proposal. And until we come your way next time, keep listening to African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul, and I've had Immaculate Udo. We are saying bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassey,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Awudu.
Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do, man. It no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina on my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina on my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Like as you melanin, Angelina on my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina on my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, na mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, no, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, na mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh, na na na, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la la, oh la la, la 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 la, oh la la la.
Okay, so it's Saturday again, and it is exactly 2:39 p.m.
Yes, sir.
You
You're
are
right.
From the city of Abuja, Nigeria.
Man,
Okay.
I thought you wanted to say GMT. I would be like, man, are we doing the 24 hours time?
Okay, no, that's not. I really know all about
Man,
that.
it's good to
right
be
now,
back in the studio.
Thank you. I'm actually glad to have you in the studio. Well, this is still your number one radio station on the net, baby. Yes, the African Patriot Radio. And this show is called Bump It or Dump It. Well, it's Saturday. You know how we do it.
True.
We play your songs. You like them, you bump them. You don't like them, you dump them. It's easy as that. We're not here to pet anybody, but anyways.
So basically, the fate of every song we play here is dependent on our listeners.
Remember, you can be part of the African Patriot family, the Patriot family, Patriot community. Okay, I don't like to say community. When I say community, some people find it part of the Patriot Society.
True.
Put it that way. You can be part of the Patriot Society by following us on our social media platforms on Facebook and on YouTube. On Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. And on YouTube, it is African Patriot Radio. Please.
Twitter, the same thing.
Yes, and don't forget to click the little bell there so you get a notification.
Please, give me that notification sign.
Ding. So you get a notification whenever we post something, whenever we're live streaming.
True.
Yes. So bump it on Bump It or Dump It. You know what we do. So we actually have a list of songs to play. And when we play them, the fate of the songs rests in your hands. Like
True. Like I said.
Okay, before I go forward, in case you don't know, why won't you know me? My name is Ekane. I will be your host today on this show.
And I keep saying every time that the name hasn't changed. They call me Alvis Oga. You can also call me a radio best friend.
Oh yes, I have this guy in the studio with me today. All right, don't get used to saying him because he won't be here next time. I just had to drag him in here. So like I said, the fate of the songs we're going to be playing today rests in your hands. So when we play a song, if you like the song, give it a thumbs up. And use the hashtag. Comment in the section below. Use the hashtag bump it with the song name. But if you feel somewhere about it, use the hashtag dump it with the song. So, well, let's go. So the first song we'll be looking at today, I think we should actually pay credit to the song we heard before we came in. Yeah, so sure. that was Angelina by D1 Nature. D1 Nature was our winner from last week. Yes, big ups to you, man.
The song has been enjoying steady airplay on this platform since then. That is one of the prizes you get.
Exactly.
So you get to win. You enjoy that maximum airplay.
How could I have forgotten to mention that? Yes. So, well, the song with the most bumps, actually gets to make it to our top 10.
Just like that.
I thought you were going to
on the platform.
Some yay on it. But yes, that's what you get. You make it to our top 10. So yes, so coming up first, the song we'll be listening to first is called 1996, and this one is by Emzo. Emzo, I remember, was our first winner in this show when we started it a few weeks ago.
So yes. He want to get another song up the chart again.
He wants to. Let's see how far he goes today. So,
true.
Yeah, so this one is called 1996 by Emzo. Listen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't wanna let me go, then baby let me know. I get so uncomfortable when you push me away. Is it the words I said? Girl, I don't mean to sound too weird. Just trying to get in your head, wanna figure you out, girl. It's alright, you can let me in, yeah. Secrets you had, baby, fill me in, yeah. I'm in love with you, this feeling is deja vu. I don't need your loving since. In fact, let's take it back to 96, hey. All the way back to 96, yeah. You make me feel like 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah. You feel like 1996. Girl, I'm available. Tell me when you go show all these beautiful colors inside. I don't dey talk too much. I don't mean to sound old school. I just want to show you deserve something real, baby. It's alright, you can let me in, yeah. Secrets you had, baby, fill me in, yeah. I'm in love with you, this feeling is deja vu. I don't need your loving since. In fact, let's take it back to 96, hey. All the way back to 96, yeah. You make me feel like 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah.
Can we take it back to
1996?
Wow.
Man, I'm just trying to imagine what that line build up in my head.
It's like you almost made it sound like the way they're playing
love these days is not as sweet as it was in 1996.
I really
True.
want to know how it was back
No, you know, we find ourselves in a situation where if you don't get to have the Benzimas and the big designers.
So when you say Benz, I keep saying that. Don't say Benz around me because you might just make me buy a Benz now.
Please do.
I know, but seriously though, like you said, I think a lot of things have actually changed over the years. Yeah.
True.
Maybe love isn't the way it used to be. Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on the topic. So, yeah, that was 1996 by Emzo.
Mm-hmm.
Nice vibe.
True.
I like the bass and everything. How we went.
The chords, the strings, and you're talking about the trumpet and gives you the fella vibes and all.
Fella vibe, and I'm like, okay.
Right. Bringing some of those old school feel into a new school sound.
Yeah,
it's creative.
That was brilliant, actually.
True.
Okay. Oh, anyways, we're not here to analyze the song. We're going to leave that to you to vote on the song. So if you like it, you know what to do. All right. So the next song we'll be listening to is drum roll. Okay. So we
can I feel some vibes on that?
Oh wow, you just gave it away. Okay, so we have Hold You coming up next by Vibe the King. Okay, if you've been following the station, you remember we on the music program we had yesterday, Fresh Out of Africa, we actually had a feature of 2 of his songs.
Wow.
And now it's here today, so now you get to judge. The fate of the song lies in your hands. Coming up is Hold You by Vibe the King.
Vibe and King at the same time. Man, I can't wait.
All right.
She's the one that I wanna be broke with. She's the one that I wanna be rich with.
You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You should let me hold you down in I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. Yeah. I've been loving, oh yeah. I've been looking all day. You the bust my brain. You the drive me insane. I've been looking all yeah. Baby, you the bust my brain. You the drive me insane. Baby, for your matter, be follow. Girl, this your body just to make it cool. Nah, no go mind you give me chance to know you. I no go mind you give me chance to hold you. Make I hold you, make I love you, make I kiss you, make I touch you. There's no one above you, baby, I'ma love you, adore you. You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You should let me hold you down in I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. Yeah.
Libby, okay, I saw this girl from a distance. She real fine and she really wanna chit chat. She real fine and she really wanna. She real fine and she really wanna. But she be moving with her personality. And every time she got her with her originality. And Libby killing it with personality. And now I'm moving wild with originality. Cause as I be moving, I got the vibe. Cause Libby moving, in wanna ride. Cause every time, man, I got the vibe. Cause every time I'm killing it, I wanna ride. Why? She really fine, she's a cutie. And every time she just moving with her booty. And every time she be screaming Libby Libby. And guess what? She know to do a fizzy,
You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You
You should let me hold you down in I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right, yeah. Come be my key, girl, I'm on. Come be my fancy, I'm on. Yeah, come be my this, and come be my that, baby, come be my key, girl, I'm on, yeah. No, yeah. No, yeah.
Okay, no, I really feel like vibing seriously to that. I mean, did you feel that?
I told you someone who has vibes and king to his name.
Can you imagine that? I mean, our comment section is actually blowing up.
I don't know if this thing happens to only me, but people don't really understand the impact music creates in our life.
True,
when I listen to that songs, If You Let Me Hold You Down, I was like, that means this guy is admitting that life is competitive in the first place, because he's trying to sell himself out before this guy, because he knows there must be other people who wants to get in there.
You really do read meanings. You really do read meanings to stuff though. But that was a good one. I like the vibe.
If you ask me, man.
Don't let me hold you. Let me hold you.
Follow.
Okay. That's more rap part.
She came from a distance and she liked to chit chat.
That's how you kind of think. Okay.
I got it already.
Honestly, it actually got me my rap mood, but I don't like to show myself. So
I know.
Yeah, I don't like to myself moving and stuff. All right, if you're just joining us, this is still Bump It or Dump It on your favorite radio station, African Patriot Radio. Remember, we said before, please feel free to be part of the community. Feel free to be part of this family.
Anytime, any day.
Yes, following us on all of our social media platforms, on Facebook and on YouTube. On Facebook, it is www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio. And on YouTube, it is African Patriot Radio. Like we said, the fate of the songs today lie in your hands. So if you like the song, give it a thumbs up. I'm using the hashtag Bump It with the name of the song or the artist. And if you feel somehow about the song, use the hashtag Dump It. We're not saying it's terrible. It's just maybe people prefer like a certain one over your own.
I'm so eager to know how the votes are like.
Our comment section is actually blowing up. Like we actually got wow. Okay.
Let's keep it for now. Let's go the last song first.
Just a shout out to a couple of people. We have Chibike Mokoli here. We have Steve Okonji.
Wow.
Shout out to you all. We have Philip. We have Emanuela. Shout out to you. Thanks for being part of the show. Okay, so we have just one more song on the list before we get a final result. Coming up next is this one called, he goes by the name ND, and he calls this one
Good Love.
Good Love. I think it's got good loving thing in it. Okay? Okay.
1996, Good Love.
So first we had Emzo with 1996, and then we just had Vibe the King.
And we're trying to talk about love these days, maybe not being the same with the ones they had in 1996.
All right, okay, so let's see how we stand then.
Okay, up next, Andy, Good Love.
Good Love.
Don't wanna let me go, then baby let me know. I get so uncomfortable, push me away. Is it the words I said? Girl, I don't mean to sound too weird, just trying to get in your head. Wanna figure you out, girl. It's alright, you can let me in. Secrets you had, baby, fill me in, I'm in love with you. This feeling is deja vu. I don't need your loving since. In fact, let's take it back to 96, baby. All the way back to 96, You make me feel like 96, All the way back to 96,
Girl, I'm available. Tell me when you go show all these beautiful colors inside. I don't dey talk too much. I don't mean to sound slow. I just want to show you deserve something real, baby. It's alright, you can let me in. Secrets you hide, baby, fill me in. I'm in love with you. This feeling is deja vu. I don't need your loving since. In fact, let's take it back to 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah. You make me feel like 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah. Let's take it back to 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah. All the way back to 96, yeah. You feel like 1996.
Okay, so we finally got that one. Good loving.
Give me good loving. I'm just wondering, like, the kind of loving we steady giving people from this platform,
Like,
right?
like, wow.
A vibe was.
Like,
That
So
vibe,
now-
that vibe was like he got some vibe to his name too.
I know. You don't mess with the king. Don't play with the king. You say, I mean, we have Vibe the King already. You know, add vibe to his own name, yeah. But
Yeah.
that
Andy
was some lovely vibe from there. Well, I use
You're,
vibe again.
you're loving. I want to
but
personalize our future already visualized.
Visualize,
As in,
okay. Well,
then 7 months to your bed, I already pull out my ring. Man, I got some lyrics stuck in my head from that song already.
okay, just. I hope you're not planning to use them on any girl around you. Any girl that I know, because I am going to tell her, do not listen to him.
Man, I got mine already.
like-
Like, are your legs aching you? Because
But
you're
no,
running through my mind.
don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, still bump it or dump it on African
yes,
Patriot Radio.
And well, we've seen a lot of comments coming in.
Man, the moment
And
we'll
you'll
be
be
waiting for.
dropping your voting, and this is the moment of truth. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Okay. So, rundown of all the songs we have. First, we had 1996 by Emzo.
And then
Next, we had
we checked
Hold
out
You
by Vibe the King.
by Vibe the King. And then
Good Loving
Good Loving
by Andy I just went by.
No, that was some good. Okay. I was going to say Good Loving, but that was some good vibe there. All right, it's the moment of truth, and it's time for us to put the results together based on your votes.
So, what have we got? Let's check
Okay,
it out.
Let's check it out. Comment section.
Straight.
Okay. Okay. Wow. People.
Collation of the results.
Yes. Okay. So we have one bump for Emzo.
Okay.
So that's one. Thank you. Messages coming in. Another bump for Emzo.
Wow. Okay, I just got one here for NDY. Good loving all the way. Thumbs up.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we have Vibe the Wow. He actually got like 3 back to back.
Whoa.
So that's 3 bumps in a row for Vibe the King for Hold You. Okay.
Yes.
So that's one. Another bump for Good Loving.
I wouldn't know what the listener are actually feeling this afternoon, but man, it's kind of tight
Yeah, it's
because
quite
all the
tight.
songs are good.
So, well, personal messages coming in and wow, okay. So our comments. I hope you don't have
Why
like
you laughing?
I feel like we're about to have a flawless victory. I mean, based on the votes of the people. Wow. So we have Vibe the King again.
Vibe.
Well, with a lot of fire emojis and bombs all around. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Okay, I have this one here. Okay.
Another 3 votes in a row for Vibe
For
the King.
Vibe the King. That makes it okay. Keep it on the low.
Okay. All right, what you got?
Okay, I have one here for NDY. It was like the song is actually a soothing sound for a love song. Good loving all the way.
Good loving, yeah. This is nice. So that's one for good loving. And then we got this one. Oh, nice vibe from the Vibe himself.
Whoa.
Another one for Vibe the King. Hold you.
I have one here for Hold You as well. This is coming from Philip himself. Bump It, Hold You.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's another one for Hold You. Vibe the King.
Emzo just got one in the bank as well.
Okay. So that's another one for Emzo.
1996.
1996.
Man, I know a whole lot of homeboys will be actually advocating for the kind of love they feel in 1996.
Then, yeah.
But if you ask me, I'll tell you. Then should we also take the technological advancement back to 1996?
You probably won't get what you were getting then when you do that. So I'm just saying. Okay, so we have another one in the bag for Hold You, Vibe the King.
Vibe the King, steady kinging.
Yeah, he is kinging.
Like he's really running away with the vote this afternoon.
I feel like, did he get like his whole community to come out here? Because people started showing him love here.
That's the idea.
This is it. That's the idea. So you know how we do it. Get your people. Even if you want to get your whole village to come vote, do that. You song us up. And remember what we said, the song with the highest bombs
just make it straight to our top 10.
Yes,
straight
what you get. Yeah, so what you got?
Let me check. Vibe the King again.
Wow. Okay. We have one for Emzo, 1996.
Wow.
Fire, lots of fire around. Okay. One last one for Vibe the King again. All right.
And I have a lady here saying, good loving.
That's one more for good loving.
Yep.
Okay. Last final vote. Okay, final vote here, I say, for 1996 Emzo.
Wow.
You're the fire emoji all the way. I hope you don't go on our page down.
I like all the fire emojis, man.
On the fire page down. Okay, it's time for us to tally the results.
Let's do that.
Okay. 3, 4. Okay. Wow. I think it's pretty good. I said something before that I hope you're about to have like a flawless victory because that's what's about to happen. All right, so we had amazing songs, wonderful songs. First one was from Emzo with 1996. I remember I said earlier when we started this show, this program on this radio station, Emzo was our first winner.
So he was like the pioneer winner.
Yes, he was the pioneer winner. Oh, well, you know what they say. Sometimes student becomes better than teacher. Okay, so yeah, he was the pioneer.
That should be like the joy of every teacher.
Yeah, true though. So he was our pioneer winner, and then last week our winner was Still One Nature. Well, he didn't partake in this one thing with Angelina, and then today we had 1996 by Emzo, and then we had Hold You by Vibe the King. So I feel like we gotta call that with respect, Vibe the King, and then
Vibe the King.
Yeah. And then lastly, we had Good Lovin' by NDY. And you have voted. We have seen it. Now we are going to give you your winner. So from the vote tallied, would you want to go first with the person that has the least votes?
Oh, yes. The moment of truth. It just dawned on me.
Let's go there.
Okay, with all due respect and much respect again to the talent this particular artist has displayed on the record we played today, NDY had a total of 4 votes.
4 votes with Good Lovin'.
Yes.
I mean, that was an amazing song. If you ask me, it was an amazing
Anytime,
song.
any day.
But you know, it's amazing. It's out there, but you don't get people to vote. Just saying, or if people do not vote, the people have spoken though. It was an amazing song, by the way, from Andy. So now we left with Emzo, it's 1996, and Vibe the King with Hold You.
So let's have you announce the next.
Did I just announce that? Okay. So we have 2 people, and well, Emzo 1996 had a total of 5 bumps, 5 votes, and then Vibe the King came through first place, Hold You, with a total of 11 bumps.
11.
Yes. That's much you can take. I think votes is still coming in, but we just correlate at what we can, what we saw at the moment. But he came through with 11 bumps. That makes Vibe the King winner with Hold You today. Like, I thought we were going to get like some drum roll and shh. Fanfare. But yeah, that was amazing sounds from all of the artists today. Amazing. I mean, you guys did an awesome job on your tracks, each of your tracks. So our winner for today is, how do you say, Vibe the King with Hold You. About we actually let's listen. Let's have a sign over with that song, girl. First of all, take a break.
Yeah, then we'll be right back.
But we have a winner, and then you know what we say automatically. His song "Hold You" makes it all the way to our top 10 on our on our urban vibes. Yes, makes it all the way to our top 10. Oh, that's a lot we can take today on the show. This has been Bump It or Dump It. I have been your host, your favorite girl, Akanem.
Lady M.
Okay, let's not do that. And I've had with me in the studio today
Elvis
Oga.
Your one and only radio best friend.
Wow. Thanks for hanging with us. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If you don't wanna let me go, then baby let me know. I get so uncomfortable when you push me away. Is
She's the one that I wanna be broke with. She's the one that I wanna be rich with.
You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You should let me hold you down. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. Yeah. I've been loving, oh yeah. I've been looking all day. You the best my brain. You drive me insane. I've been looking all yeah. Baby, you the bust my brain. You they drive me insane. Baby, for your matter, I be follow. Girl, this your body just to make it cool. Nah, I no go mind you give me chance to know you. I no go mind you give me chance to hold you. Make I hold you, make I love you, make I kiss you, make I touch you. There's no one above you, baby, I'ma love you, adore you. You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You should let me hold you down. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right.
Libby, okay, I saw this girl from a distance. She real fine and she really wanna chit chat. She real fine and she really wanna. She real fine and she really wanna. But she be moving with her personality. And every time she got her with her originality. And Libby killing it with personality. And now I'm moving wild with originality. Cause as I be moving, I got the vibe. Cause Libby moving, I'm moving in one ride. Cause every time, man, I got the vibe. Cause every time I'm killing it, I wanna ride. Why? She really fine, she's a cutie. And every time she just moving with her booty. And every time she be screaming Libby, Libby. And guess what? She know to do a feezy, know to do a feezy.
You should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you, you should let me love you, you should let me hold you. Baby, you should let me hold you down. You should let me hold you down. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. I just wanna do you right. I've been around. You on my mind, you on my mind. I just wanna do you right. Yeah. Come be my key girl, I'm on. Come be my fancy, I'm on. Yeah, come be my this and come be my that. Baby, come be my key girl, I'm on. Yeah. No, yeah. No, yeah.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize, for this life, now one life we get, Everybody got to realize, for this life, you no get to duplicate, Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, make you know they go out, Now for your good, the government just pass that law, Now for your good, make everybody they save, Stay house, make you know they go out,
Make you know they go out,
For this time, Corona no get friend,
You no get friend,
Stay house, make you know they go out,
Make you know they go out,
For this time, Corona no get friend, Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene, make you day your house, Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene, make you day your house, Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Corona never get sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Oh yeah, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash your hand. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Wash your hand. Make you day your house. Oh, sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know go tonight though. Me I be that boy and I soft though. But I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night, for sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB. Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Baby, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jump heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No way, the kind of love that you show to me. No other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, babe. I wanna wanna keep on falling for you. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Baby.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man feet carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me I know sound I like to do man. It no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin. Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira. Like as you melanin. Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my tune. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li la 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 li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la la la. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la.
It's ODJ Liz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you, yeah, 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 yeah. All over family, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. All over family, now you be the one, no. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ojoro. And I go ever play you tinko, ooh, yeah. And I go ever busy your call you, yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your muscle. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize, for this life, now one life we get, Everybody got to realize, for this life, you no get to duplicate, Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, make you know they go out, Now for your good, the government just pass that law, Now for your good, make everybody they save, Stay house, make you know they go out,
Make you know they go out,
For this time, Corona no get friend,
You no get friend,
Stay house, make you know they go out,
Make you know they go out,
For this time, Corona no get friend, Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene, make you day your house, Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene, make you day your house, Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize. Corona, it no be our friend, Oh yeah, keep distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. Baby girl, I know good tonight though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long. Just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, apply to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Quick, Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away. And when I run away, I go jam heavy, go babe. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No way, the kind of love that you show to me. No other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do one. It no matter if they identical. Like as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you melanin. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I'm too ugly. As I make you money, the goddamn come around. See the goddamn come around. Them say I'm too ugly. As I make you money, the goddamn come around. See the goddamn come around. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. My Angelina no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde, oh, yetunde, Sikira, oh, yes, Sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira, oh, Sikira, show. Sikira, oh, Sikira, Sikira, oh, Sikira. Like as you, Melanie, Angelina, oh, my Jolie. When this put on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. I like it like as you, Melanie, Angelina, oh, my Jolie. When this put on my medallion, she dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, as I make you money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, as I make you money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, I'm mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh no, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, I'm mama, Angelina, kill it, person. Angelina, oh na na na, oh la 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 la, oh la 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 la, oh la la la, oh la la.
It's ODJ Biz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, love, family. Now you be the one. Girl. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ojoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your polio. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your bosom. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law. Now for your good, make everybody they save. Oh. Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no girlfriend. Oh.
You no get friend. Oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out. Oh.
Make you know they go out. Oh.
For this time, Corona no girlfriend. Oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody, everybody, everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody, everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. Oh baby girl, I know good tonight though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me. Give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. Like diving in an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right, applied to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn, that though by history we are torn, but what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spawn from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
It's ODJB.
Oh, DJ on this one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oreo, you're busting my brain. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh. Baby, let me be your shoulder. My love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play, Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know could do it again. No, we won't. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick.
It's Blaze and the Big Baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do, man. It no matter if they identical. Black as you, Melanie, Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you, Melanie, oh. Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na na. Sikira oh sikira. Yetunde oh yetunde ah. Sikira oh yeah sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira oh sikira show. Sikira oh sikira ah. Sikira oh sikira.
Black as you, Melanie. Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you, Melanie. Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. They say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around.
Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh no. Angelina kill it best. Angelina time mama. Angelina kill it best. Angelina oh yeah na 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 na. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la. Oh la li la la la. Oh la li la la la. La li la 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 la. Oh la li la 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 la.
It's ODJ Blitz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah. I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby. I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. Now you be the one. No. Oh, little family. Now you be the one. No. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your call you. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your bosom. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured me. Oh, can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel her, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby. Make we push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just to pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, keep it good hygiene. Oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing, 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. You wash it, make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. Make you cover your Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house. Sanitize your hand. Social distancing. 6 feet away. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.